Apex Legends.
Apex Legends.
Series E.
Series E Apex Legends.
Series E Apex Legends starts right now. All right, welcome back, everybody. Hope you had a great holiday break, and we are here for Series E now, though. It's Rice Krispies Weeks here with Jamerson and, of course, Tom T Squared Taylor. Tom, how was your holidays?
It's good, man. This time in between Christmas and New Year's should be just gaming, eating, sleeping, anime. What else do you want to do? You know, Series E.
That summed up basically my last 24 hours, and so here we are to cap it all off with some more Series E. That's right, it is Rice Krispies Week, and we are going to have giveaways all night long, so make sure if you're in chat, you're getting your entries in. We got 3 winners that we'll be picking out throughout the stream, so type in ! giveaway, and you will win a Rice Krispies Treats gift box throughout the night. So make sure you do that. But let's go ahead and talk about the format for today. Today is Tuesday, which means, of course, it is our open registration night. And so we'll have 20 teams competing up against, 11 teams competing up against our 9 partnered squads. We got $500 on the line as well. But everything else is going to be very familiar to anyone who follows Apex Legends, Tom.
Yep, your typical ALGS point format. And it's always a team raiser kind of stomp fest. So we'll see if they're going to be able to kind of live up to their expectations and do what they normally do on our Tuesdays. Rice Krispie Week is a week that I look forward to because they're one of our ALGS winners in Series E. That is one of our partnered teams. So when they tend to pop off, it's always a really fun thing to watch. Always interested to see if they're going to play Caustic too, because it's one of the more interesting characters and picks that we don't see in NA, and we see a lot more EU when we see that tomorrow during our pro day. But we have our rosters for today, and looks like Team Crafting is back, who's number 2 in points overall for our open squads, Jamerson.
Yeah, we've got a lot of incredible players. We're looking at Aqualix, who have been also been making a small name for themselves, you know, have been competing left and right, and have had some really fun performances that we've been seeing out of them. We've also got Team SIZ. You know, this is a squad we continually look at, say there's a lot of potential, a lot of powerhouse hitting coming out from them. Sometimes they just don't miss the mark. They miss the mark, you know, and aren't able to really show us what we expect out of them. But this is still a squad every week that I'm expecting to just perform, regardless of whatever performances we've seen in the past.
Yeah, 2 brains, 1 controller is there. SIZ's here. So we have all of our top open teams involved with our partner teams. So this is one more stacked Tuesdays that we've seen in quite some time. So it looks like all the players trying to accumulate all of their points and try to make their way over towards the relegation, which I feel like we're pretty far into Series Z, and that has to be coming around the corner probably in the next couple of weeks. So it's going to be interesting to see which teams those are going to be and are the teams going to actually step up and try to pick themselves out of the bottom?
Yeah, and so we'll see exactly. Again, we do have some change-ups, right? Like if we're looking at 2 brains, 1 controller, Petty Boss is filling in, and so they will be maintaining that 2 brains, 1 controller moniker there. And Petty Boss has been one of those competitors who throughout the last almost 2 years of Apex Legends has been performing and has been able to make it into a lot of ALGSs. So even though this isn't pro night, we still have a lot of talent here on display. We're looking at Team Rice Krispies, a squad that given the nights, you know, they do have different drops, and so we're taking a look at exactly where they want to go. We've seen them go all the way up to drop over at Skyhook, and it looks like that is exactly what they're doing here as they are making their way up through that connecting area.
I just feel like if Sung would have had a backwards hat, their teamwork, unison, and chemistry would be so much better. So we'll have to get him on the same page and get him a backwards Series E hat. But he is on the Caustic, which we were talking about before, and we're going to see the route that Sunny likes to take. But we're already seeing Nessie Pure Life getting down by AMG, one of the teams that you brought up. E-Boy Ronnie, typically the last guy alive in these type of situations, going to be able to get the cleanups and the res over here onto Bambino. But Draco's already been taken out. They're going to have to get the banner. And we'll see if the rest of the AMG has at least one more player alive. You can see 20 squads, but 57 players. So it's interesting to see if they were able to get the full cleanup.
Yeah, we got 2 separate fights going on as well. So Nestle Pure Life taking on, of course, AMG, and I believe Aqualix are in a fight themselves as Blight will be able to take one out, and that is going to be AMG taking out Nestle Pure Life early on. Here it is, the other fight, Aqualix down here at Thermal, as they have traded, I believe. Matt has gone down. That is their Wraith, and Irid is picking up the Horizon here. We'll get to see the mobility that Horizon does offer a team. And so instantly onto the high ground, taking that middle tower for now. They've got about a minute before that banner expires, so they'll have to make a move eventually. Take a look at this team. They are pushing up through the balloon. That might just to be get out of here, as they do have the death body up, the death box up top as well. They're gonna drop down. It looks like one player just left by himself. We'll try and finish him off, and looks like Irid will get that Fruit Ninja.
That was a really interesting push right there, dropping off from the high ground. We'll see if Blade's gonna be able to do some big things. I think that Blade's one of the stronger players on Team Pop-Tarts. If I had to pick anybody, this would be the person, but Horizon is interesting. It's more of a pub stomping, more of a ranked character, but we're starting to see it become a little bit more and more popular, and now the mobility is starting to come into play right there, just like you were saying. A nice bubble coming in for Blight as we pop on over to see what is going on with Team Rockstar, and instead of them getting contested, they're actually coming in with the rare dome third party. So nice to see Rockstar get their feet underneath them. Blight gets taken out, and they are going to be able to recover the banner for Matt. So nice job by Team Aqualix clearing out the thermal area of the map, which if you have the thermal side, you're gonna have a ton of loot. We know Team Amos says Solifide lands over there during our pro days, and they're always completely stacked. So the zone's not too far from them, and they're gonna be able to take their time after that 50-50, get Matt back in the game and get some loot.
Yeah, they've got the res just to their northwest, and we have still a lot of fighting. I believe AMG's decoys has gone down as well. We're on board with SIZ. Currently, it's Resulta actually filling in here as the third member of the squad. So we still got Naughty, we still got Zach Mazer, and Rockstar continuing this fight here on the southeast side. It's Crummy popping that Beast of the Hunt now, getting ready to swing in from the left-hand side. Flank coming out from Rakanishu as well, as they are trying to push up to the car here. Crummy has taken a lot of damage, but he's still going to be able to provide that information for his squad. There's a Caustic on the other side, pushes out of the bubble. Crummy gets the first knock onto Bursty, does back away with 1 HP, goes for the repeat and will trade away, but Brooks will get finished off. Matt Pickett there to pick up his squad mate, and Team Rockstar survive, picking up 3 kill points.
It's a pretty solid team. Here comes a third party. Crummy's going to have to do something with his scan, but he has to heal at the same time, so this is a tough spot to be in. And something about Team Rockstar that's interesting is they've actually split up as a team in the ALGS, which may help them, honestly, in Series Z. Now that there's not as much pressure on them to perform, as they need to make a little bit of a swap here with Pickett onto the Gibraltar too, and Rakanishu's going onto the Wraith. So it's definitely interesting. Going to see Pickett with his armor shield up on the controller. I feel like that's a much stronger play for him, so he can get in, be aggressive, and use the bubble. Rakanishu is such a strong Gibraltar overall. It's just such an interesting change because Crummy originally was the Wraith on this team. So this team has gone through so many different changes overall, and they haven't really completely popped off. But the way that they're playing these characters, I really think that Pickett on Gibraltar makes complete sense. I'm just curious to see how Rakanisha is going to do on Wraith.
It's Z Davis on the Gibraltar here for crafting, as they're looking to make a play now. Wrapping all the way on over to Tree. They've got a squad just to the south of them here as the nades do come out. We've also got that EMP being used behind them as well. Big connect cracking on that blue. Another 74 onto the player there on the right. That's a quick peek to take him on down. And they will continue to push on forward. It's 2 brains, 1 controller stuck inside the building for now. A lot of damage going down to Z Davis, but he does have, of course, an armor swap off to work with as he goes for the repeat now with that massive out. 104 onto Petty Boss, and they will continue this push as Knocked gets finished off. We are now down to 16 squads. Here's Team Pringles with the third party. Try to push up with that Beast of the Hunt is hundreds now, as he does have Z Davis spotted out. Casellos eats a lot of damage. Z Davis will take him out, and despite being cornered, he will take one down. does ultimately fall, as it looks like they got third party, or another team might have been coming up behind them. You can see hundreds there trying to recover, scanning around for his squad. A lot of death bodies, or excuse me, death boxes just stuck at that door for now. But it's Team Pringles coming up on all this loot. They'll have purple armors, additional armor swaps to work off with. And even though they don't have the information, a lot of this is still in the ring, so they can play this position for some time. It's Team Applejacks, though, in a little bit of trouble, as Kenny has already been taken down during the rotation through Train Yard. Hell, even Lion needs to heal up. It's SIZ that is on their trail right now.
And you got Resulter with the Hemlock. Single fire, red dot, no mag controller on top of hundreds, not letting him get away. But this is a very nice, excuse me, on Applejack signing the way. That was a nice play by hundreds beforehand. And I love Kubsky coming in and filling in for Team Pringles. That's what really they need on the Pringles side, is someone that's going to come in and make some shot calls and tell people where to play on the zone, as Resulter has to make his way into the zone, still being probably gate kept by Team Applejack. So we'll see if they're going to be able to do this 2 versus 3 here. We did see Lion was very slim on his HP. Not sure if he actually had meds, and somehow connecting for 74 with that burst is Resulta. And that player is not in the zone either, so they're going to have to move. Still just zone 1, not going to take away too much damage. But this is just a super interesting fight, because you're going to have to be able to rotate anywhere that you want at this point. So to go and chase into the train is just a weird play. You see the Lion's going to go and get the first initial knock, and Applejacks feels comfortable taking this. That's why they're going to even continue to push this. So Zach's going to have to do something with his bubble in 15 seconds. Otherwise, they're going to be absolutely done for here on the SIZ side.
Yeah, Resulta is just holding the angle as he's trying to pop that Phoenix Kid, and you have even Stay Naughty. He might be down, but he's not out of the fight yet. Resulta, what? Getting knocked now by Lion, coming up huge, bringing this down to a 1v2. Zach, though, tries to hold the angle with that Mastiff, but he has been cornered. He does get taken out. It's Applejacks to take out SIZ, but Team Razor now coming in for that third party claim to fall. And here they are chasing after him. They will be able to clean up Applejacks. Team Razor with the late rotate come in and pick them apart. Now down to 12 squads here in the second round of the first game, as Team Razor come up on all this loot, and we already know they come out of their spot looted up, and now they're even all the better for it.
It's a lot easier when you're casting. You can just sit there and, you know, watch and say what's going to happen, and you can see all the teams and things like that. But there has to be an internal clock, and that's why I was saying this is such a weird and interesting fight for both of these teams to take. One, it's weird for SIZ even to charge into Applejacks, and two, you know Applejacks is going to be gatekeeping you. So basically, all they did was grief each other there and not give each other any points. And now Team Razor is going to take advantage of that, get all their loot, and that's just what happens with Team Razor, right? They come through and they're completely looted all the time. They come in through, make third parties look easy, and they're going to go and rotate. There has to be a timer inside where you have to back off, make a rotation, and realize we shouldn't be charging the zone here, or we shouldn't be gatekeeping here. It's going to last way too long. We're two good teams to go and try to grief each other like this. Let's try to move on. And now Team Rockstar find themselves in a really tough situation. Crummy gets bursted immediately by Mast and his Bolt, and they're just going to leave him.
Yeah, unfortunately, it just looked like a really quick wide swing coming out as they got caught off guard. They were trying to measure up their opponents behind them. Matt Pickett wants to stay and fight here. As, it looks like Rakinishu might try and make a play for at least the banner, and we'll see if they can try and recover there. It's Team Rice Krispies, though, holding a position here on the north side of this POI now, trying to spot out any squad. It's going to be Caustic Warlord, of course, who's the only one that doesn't that still needs to upgrade their armor, as it looks like they were able to get Crummy's beacon, and so, or excuse me, his banner, and they'll look to try and res him over by Dome.
Yeah, it's a pretty good spot to be in right now too for Team Rice Krispies. Like to see the Caustic coming in and holding a lot of these areas inside the buildings. It's just so strong, because a lot of times too, you don't know if the Caustic's in there until you get to the actual door. And if there's a Watson, you could see from a far way away and see the fences, and it just makes the AoE so much easier to recognize. But now we're going to look at what Team Cheez-Its doing, and we see teams hold this building. Very, very popular building to hold. You have this high ground, this spot in between Sorting Factory and where they're located is just brutal to cross. That's where all the teams are going to die. That's where tons of KP is going to be picked up as teams start to rotate in. But look at the amount of armor swaps in there. They at least have around 400 HP just sitting on the ground. This is a great situation to be in. So good that Gambino doesn't even know which armor he wants to take to evolve next.
Peep the fit. What am I going to wear today? Is what he's asking him. Now his Team Razor are still working their way on in. This is a squad that has been learning more and more how to play the edge, and they've been able to take advantage of it. You know, that's largely afforded to the early lead that they've gotten here in Series E. With their consistency, they are our #1 points leader for our partnered squads. And so going into even the next month of Series E, they can basically do whatever they want and still secure themselves a spot in the next season without having any worry about relegation here. And so I love that they've been able to play around and really try out this new style for themselves, as it has been working out now. Team Razor making the rotation in here on the south side. They've got 1 minute and 45 seconds, so they don't have to commit onto this. As you can see now, Rockstar are getting picked apart. Casellas is able to get the knock on to Rakinishu, but here it is. Hakulo, do you guys commit on to this angle, or do you guys maybe back off and go and rotate to the north?
This is a great kind of point of view, so we can see exactly what's happening as we switch off them as I'm saying that. But I love the way that Rockstar rotates super early, because, or not Rockstar, excuse me, Team Razor, because Rockstar is most likely going to die here. So we'll see what happens as Crummy's trying to live. They're basically in shambles in the corner over here. It's going to be Kubsky hunting him down. Pickett without a bubble, he's most likely going down. But going back to Razor, they're going to go and actually take this fight, and they're going to go and push in. Why? Because they just sensed weakness over towards a certain area. That's what's so special about Team Razor, is if they would have got way too much push and they weren't able to come up there for free, there's no way they would go and charge that. They're trying to test out how good this team is. Are they better than us? Can they actually hold us off? If so, then we're going to rotate somewhere else. But instead, they sensed weakness up the stairs. They pushed up there for free, owned a lot of real estate, and now they make their way into one of the best spots over towards the edge right there. And going back to when they did it around 1:30 on the clock when they decided they want to do it. That's more than enough time to bail on the situation if you realize the team's too good or they're a solid team and they're pushing you off. And then you come around and make a rotation over towards the other side. And now they just feel so confident they can own all of this.
Yeah, you test the waters, you check the armors, you scan out to see if you have an isolated fight. And they saw one here, but Hakulo is taking a lot of damage. He does have to back away. Zarachuk himself on that Gibraltar, forced to Doma and out, and they have taken so much damage. It's Hambino from Team Cheez-It to get that first knock, as Mercy only will try to hold it down. Hakulo backing away, does have that gold armor, so you'll have the quasi-fast heal with the cells here, but another squad shooting at them from across the ways here, as Mercy only is trying his best to survive. Found a small little pocket to work with. Hakulo holding on to the port for now, but he needs to heal up himself. Cheez-It thwarting them well, and it looked like, you know, they just bit off a little bit more than they could chew. Really didn't have to push for this one. They got punished for it.
Yeah, they could have stayed on the edge. They felt like they were so confident they were going to go and again own too much real estate, but they didn't know about the ridiculous shopping spree that Hambino went on over Christmas. Just ridiculous amount of presents in the corner over here for these guys. Absolutely spoiled somehow in the spot too that we were talking about, in between Sorting Factory, where all these teams are going to have to push up this hill. The way this one's pulling, I want to deny if it just goes right in front of them, right on the slant there, where all these teams are going to have to filter in. All they're going to have to do is watch their sides, just like they were doing against Team Razor. They're going to have to continue to do that the rest of this game, because everybody's going to want this spot. Fortunately for them, 9 squads isn't that many, and they're not all full squads. You know, a couple teams are in shambles. So great spot to be in for Team Cheez-It. But you know who's been flying under the radar and kind of does this in these games? Team Intel's. That's probably them right down there by that yellow truck. If we could jump on board and find out who's holding that yellow truck, I want to know.
Yeah, more than likely. I mean, Team Intel don't have a far rotate at all whatsoever coming from Sorting Factory itself. And so they could have gone there early on without any trouble whatsoever. It's Rice Krispies, though, here on the eastern side, as, again, they are also in a really great position. It's MN Key, Clarifees and Niles and Frex that are playing together inside this truck. And we don't see often teams playing truck positions anymore, because we don't see as many Watsons but you can see the strength of it. You're able to just recover, hold down a defensive position here. Zanile's doing a good job, though, maintaining space for themselves. Usually when you're playing these cars, along with that Watson, you've got some more fences set up, but with the natural terrain here, it kind of works against most other squads to try and push your caravan. You've got, I believe we had Team Cheeses, of course, to their south in that lookout area. That'll just dissuade other teams from pushing them, so they can just play a little bit more smaller than they need to at this point. Keeping an eye on that port currently. You can see Zaniles trying to make sure that he's got good vision of every team around him.
Yeah, and you see Zanile's thought process where he wants to go and play underneath this to go and get cover, just like you were saying, and he could just kind of jump on the ledge, peek it, because we know this is going to close very soon. So expect a team to take that portal over towards the side. There's also going to be a team probably sliding off the roof, trying to do a bubble play. And then this is one of the teams that's already looking fairly safe, but they do have this team that's directly in front of them. So if they could kind of hold this little sliver where they're at over towards the left-hand side, they have a little dip that they can work into. They're going to be okay, but we should go back onto the MNK team because there's going to be multiple teams that are going to collapse on them, even though Team Sinister is looking pretty strong with the amount of kills that they have right now. I just feel like with the safe area that they have, there's no reason for them to challenge this team right in front of them.
Yeah, you have to imagine that's Team Cheez-Its there. That's right in front of them, and they are committed to the south side of the zone here. And in a moment, we'll find out. Ooh! Exactly what's going to happen, and this is going to be a cluster. As you can see, the ring just pulling away from the lookout, from the offices here. And so Team Sinister are basically committed here, as they'll have to push through Team Cheez-It. Team Cheez-It understanding that they have to clear out their back as well, and they have 1 minute and 10 seconds to work with to get the all attention pulled down onto Team Sinister for now. As Hambino does have the defensive bombardment. We'll go ahead and throw down that early on, try to force them out of cover here. We'll see if he gets any connects, and he does. The dome does come out, maybe a little bit late, but here's the port right on top of them as well. Great commit onto the fight, but Hambino caught in that reload animation, does pull out that massive, will back away to try and heal up once again, as we have Strictly falling back as well. Again, they do have the armor soft. They can get right back into this fight if they want to. They will elect to just go ahead and use the bats for now, though, and that's going to buy some space for Team Sinister as they are trying to push up now, but they might be a little bit split up. Hitting for that gold is Strictly with that R9. They've lost the initiative now. Both teams have reset, but here in the neutral, you have to imagine that it does favor out Team Cheez-It. They've got the better cover, and they're the ones pushing up now as they do get the knocks. They do finish them off. Team Cheez-It clear out their back as they do get scanned. Here comes the third-party attempt, and that what a time. 10 seconds now left to go before the ring starts closing up. GS Bird, it's Rice Krispies week, making their way on in. They got the pull. They do have a sliver of this platform to work with, and they've got the Caustic and Gibraltar late game.
I love watching Caustic late game. It's one of my favorite things to do. If you can get him there, and if he plays it the correct way, he's one of the most powerful characters in the game in this type of situation, if not the most powerful. But I'm just worried for Team Cheez-It that took a little bit too long, as the big yeet coming in over here for special formula, taking a little bit of zone damage, but somehow not one tick is going to hit. They do have this little sliver to work with. I'm not sure if anyone's going to expect them to be on that side of the train tracks. That's a great spot to be in if they're able to hold that one. Stunny's going to locate a couple players down below him. Easy shots. Nice 71 right there onto the player who just evolved their Evo shield, but now they realize the situation. They have this high ground. They can't overcommit. Let these other teams focus the players that are on the ground. We could just let them fight each other, hold this spot, and we should be fine. You can see all the caustic barrels AoEing directly on where the edge of that zone is. So all I have to do is focus more on this northwest side, and that's exactly where the focus is. Stunny's wingman on point right now.
I love seeing the wingman coming back into play once again. Stunny really wants to try and commit onto these kills, but we saw that team already use the defensive bombardment to pull them off, and you've got the other squad on the other side of the tracks right now. It is full squads, by the way, as we're down to 4 squads, 12 players remaining here, and the ring just pulling away into a very neutral area for a lot of squads. 3 of them, at the very least, are going to have to push up into this as MNK. I don't know if we can get a ping from Stunny there to see if that caravan is in, but it looks like the truck might still be in, Tom.
And that's why they've been holding that for so long. They predicted it's going to end exactly on this. Thought it was going to end more up on top of the ramp, but It pulled directly over there, and look at, they started with absolutely nothing, and now they're able to pick up all these armors and a couple of kills along the way. Great job by them. Special Formula, they're going to be one of the top teams too, one of our top open teams. So a lot of our top open teams really trying to stop Team Rice Krispies during their week. We'll see what happens with Sung. It's really up to him. Stunny's going to go and toss that defensive bombardment down. You know that there's going to be a lot of gas over here in the area. He's going to bust out the Noxus gas directly into that bubble. Nice job as Frex gets taken out over towards the side. And you have the Digi threat here for Sung 2 with the PK. This is such a strong situation to be in for Team Rice Krispie Treats, just using the gas to their advantage, forcing the other teams towards one another. Great execution there for Rice Krispies. They haven't taken any damage yet.
And it is the final squad for them to clean up. Team Rice Krispies take game number 1, and there is some special power when it comes to being your week here for Series E, and Team Rice Krispie Treats really putting that on display. What an excellent performance, closing that one out perfectly with the caustic Gibraltar endgame there. They just played that so well, Tom.
Yeah, I mean, this whole thing is absolutely scripted, Jamerson. You know why? Because we're going to a break really quick, and then we're going to tally up the leaderboards, and that's exactly how it's written here in Series E.
My first memory of Rice Krispie Treats.
The first time I ever had a Rice Krispie treat
was
around like 3rd grade. There's this girl I really liked, and we had to make our own little mailboxes for Valentine's Day, and she gave me a Rice Krispie treat, and ever since then I've been in love with them.
at school. I got it for breakfast one day, and you know, now all I eat is Rice Krispies.
Sometime around elementary school, I just remember for Halloween I got one and I tried it and I just thought it was amazing. So I've liked them ever since.
Hey, shake it, kiddo. Love Dad. Oh.
I've got this. Kellogg's Rice Krispies Treats. A little love when it's needed.
Welcome back, everybody, to Series E as we are getting ready to head into game number 2. But before that, let's go ahead and check out the leaderboards to see exactly where all of our teams lie, because we had high fragging games for so many of them. Rice Krispies were a little bit slower, I would say, at the beginning there, ultimately getting that 12, plus 12, excuse me, from first place. And they had 6 kill points behind Team Pringles, though. They're in second place with 17 points and Secret Formula with 15. So no one really breaking away quite yet. We still have a long ways to go. Right here on Tuesdays for Series Z, we have an 8-game night. So you have to stay consistent. You have to continually put points onto the board.
The board, as Jamerson would say. So we can see Team M&K, man, sitting in 5th place. When you have the God spot, that's just goes to show you how tough these lobbies actually are, because you could be in the best spot and look like you're going to win, have these great armors, and still only not even end up with double digits. And I have to say that it had to be Kubsky in that corner at the end in 2nd place for Team Pringles, kind of ratting it out, making sure they pick up all those extra points there. So nice job by Team Rice Krispies getting the W, but a lot of these teams are right there in the running. And we know this is a marathon here on Tuesday with 8 games being played overall. So let's take a look at the replay on what Team Rice Krispies was able to do over here towards the very end. Again, they had the high ground. They just kind of moseyed their way down through. But the big key had to be sung with this caustic, the barrels, but the ultimate gas here is the great play that I love to see right here as he goes through and then tosses it right on the edge of that bubble. And that forces the Gibraltar away into the other team. And that's the big key here, where they don't take a lot of damage.
Yeah, you can see that he just do not like the smell of this one and back away. And they're just afforded all the space in the world to work off of just to clean this up, coming in third partying every last squad here, cleaning that last one up. As you can see, it looked like it was, I believe. Team Rice Krispies with a huge game there as we head into game number 2, though. They still have to, like I said, be very consistent when it comes to tonight. 8 games. You are afforded some room to make some errors and have maybe like a dud game. But we know that teams like Team Razor, they'll continue to put up like 10, 11, 12 points every single game, and then ultimately win it out in the marathon format there. So we'll see if they can keep up that pace. It's going to be very important to at this point, but that's a very good first game to start off with.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And they came from Skyhook. We saw originally where they landed, and that's a pretty far rotation for them. And they were able still to get into one of the power positions. So that's just a nice job by them. And it's difficult, again, when you don't have these recon characters to go and tell you where the zone is. But you have to be able to recognize that knowledge and still be able to play the edge while still getting into the end zone with the caustic. So it's a very interesting play style. And you have to have a lot of experience to be able to pull it off. So again, a great job by Team Rice Krispies. And it all comes down to the unison between Sung and Bird over towards the tail end. The bubble has to be placed at the right time. The barrels have to be in the correct spot. And then that ultimate is huge. But the way that the meta is now, without so many Watsons as a caustic main, that's really the only thing that you would ever worry about would be the pylons that go, the interception pylons that come down from the Watson. And I can tell you that because when I was put on caustic to play for my scrims, I think my first 7 or 8 ults that I threw landed right into Watson generators. So now that there's no Watsons, this is going to be a great situation for Song and Rice Krispies.
And I think one other thing we didn't really talk about was the lack of 2 brains, 1 controller. They went down fairly early on in that last game. That's the only other counter they have to worry about. But you have to imagine that they are keeping track of the kill feed. Oh, Ziff, whiffing. That Arc Star actually getting connected by Farmer Lucas's nade. Blight picks one up himself as Team Sinister are down, left into a 1v3. Pop-Tarts will clean that one up as we have a small glimpse at the ring currently. Fairly central, but it is pulling up to the north here. And so we might be taking a look at either a Harvester ending or maybe even up to that North Skyhook connector down to Frag West. We'll find out in just a moment as they are Pop-Tarts right now, currently. Blight that just recognized that he is actually playing on the horizon.
Yeah, switching off Gibraltar, and most likely because he watched his team just die last game for free. So he's like, you know what, guys, I'm having fun. I'm switching off. If I can't save you on Gibraltar, I'm not saving you on anything, okay? I'm switching over to Horizon. and I'm going to have a little bit of fun. You guys are on your own. Team Applejacks over here towards the side, they've already made their way on the fragment side, and we saw how active they were in the previous game over towards that train side, winning that fantastic 2 versus 3 against one of our top open teams. Now we'll see what Kenny's going to be able to do now that they have all 3. And what do you know? It's still against SIZ, so they refuse to go up against any other teams.
Yeah, maybe this was the reason why SIZ chased them down so doggedly with a lot of determination, but now they have to back away maybe as Zach is forced to use that med kit. We have the swing down coming up from Klain to check the low, but as a result of pushing up against him, Applejacks is Lion now will peek out, but man, they are just cornered here as SIZ are trying to pick them apart. They have been scanned, and now they're going to go for the full push in now. 1 up top, 2 below. Naughty will rejoin Resulta up top here as he tries to go in, but they haven't found anything quite yet. The bubble has been used to try and get in, and it's going to be the counter bubble now, playing with the Massive expertly around the edges, but it's going to be the wide peaks coming out from the right. Picking up 2, Klain now left into a 1v2 as SIZ will get the better of them this time.
It has to be good for Naughty. You walk in and you just get downed immediately, but your teammates are still there to come back and win that fight. That has to be a great feeling. Naughty, I don't think really did anything besides was just a crash dummy throughout that entire fight. So amazing job by Resulta and Zach Mazer cleaning that one up. But what do you know? Another team in the vicinity there for a third party because this team fight took so long, and that could be a 2 grades worth controller sighting with the MP popping off perfectly. There's Knock coming in with the entry down onto Naughty again, who couldn't full heal. Petty Boss ends up getting the full finish right there, but Resulta gets a knock on attack. Doesn't have the armor swaps there, finds another one, this time onto Petty, and he wins the 3 versus 1 right there. Man, again, it has to feel good to be Stay Naughty here, just watching your teammates carry you, absolutely carry you through back-to-back team fights.
Yeah, and if this was land, this is one of those moments where you get up out of your seat, you stare down at your opponents, and you tell them to sit down. Resulta expertly just thwarting that third-party attempt. They'll be able to get Naughty right back into this. They've got, of course, a wealth of beacons to bring him back on in. But again, with that ship flying in, does another party spot that out and try to get involved? As you can see now, Resulta will go ahead and port Naughty back to all of this loot, to the safety of it all as well. And doesn't look like any other teams coming in quite yet. And so SIZ, never mind, as soon as I say that. Team from their east now as they have to back away. All right, here we go. Round 3. Naughty has gone down first again. Resulta will pop that bat. And now SIZ once again in this 2v3 here. We'll see who is it. It's MNK pushing up on them. Naughty does get finished off as you can see MNK now starting to make their approach, but got caustic gas to deal with as well below them. As you can see the barrels there now. And so SIZ will have a moment of reprieve, but oh boy. Resulta's already got 5 kills. Will he get 3 more heading into the mid game?
Absolutely farming right now. The good thing for Naughty is that he actually hit the portal and was able to make it so it can be recovered again. Like you said, a handful of different beacons over there. So Naughty probably sitting there spamming his button to show where the nearest beacon is. Now MNK getting into it over towards the side. That could be with Rice Krispies, who came in with the third party to try to finish these guys off. But now that's going to buy SIZ even more time because they don't go in and push in on this one. So because there is a 4th and 5th party, SIZ actually gets out of that situation. I'm not quite sure if they're going to be able to get onto the construction building to be able to actually get the respawn here. But now we know that the zone, like you were saying, is pulling over here. It makes it that much more difficult. The more time that goes by, teams like Razor are going to start to rotate through. Intel coming in from Sorting Factory over towards the side. Rockstar, probably even one of the edge teams, is going to make their way over here. And speaking of Rockstar, actually, they just got down on their rotation. If we could hop on over to what's going on with Euban's screen.
Yeah, it does look like SIZ were able to pull off a magic act there. Got out of trouble. It is Team Rockstar over here at Geyser, and that's where the ring is pulling. As you can see, they were able to get that recon information as Crummy healed up to full. The scan comes out, and there's a team to his east for now, but honestly, they're just happy to hold this position. The charge rifle out for Crummy. He's only 16 damage away from getting that all charged up. And so he doesn't even have to full connect with this gun. He could just get the ticks there. It's Team Crafting is challenging them here on the western edge as well. And so it might be a full sandwich onto them, but it looks like Crafting, they want to go for the high ground position. They'll play over here at the platform for now and keep their options open for themselves here. I like this position coming out for Team Crafting.
Yeah, because this is one of those positions that you don't want to be kind of stuck in the middle. So if you can't make it into Geyser, might as well just hold here and hope that it starts to pull over towards your side. But interesting play. Crummy gets knocked. I'm not sure why they were trying to do an aggressive play over towards this portal. Fortunately, they have the resources to try to stop the push with the thermite there and the bubble res. So Rockstar getting very active on this Geyser side when they are already in a very powerful position. Super risky play.
Yeah, Zaniles has taken out Zach Mazer in the kill feed. We see that as well. Zolta going down. Zaniles able to take them all out, but it looks like, you know, they might have actually been able to get...
That means Naughty's the only one alive on that team.
Yeah, Naughty back up. So this time around, the fourth go around, he's actually the last one to survive. But it looks like a lot of this fighting will kind of fizzle here, but Rockstar, they still have the port. If they want to get aggressive, they have a couple more seconds to work with, I believe, at the very least here. But it looks like, again, they're just going to play for the defense, play for the mid game here, as MNK still in this position where we saw all the fighting taking place here in Frag East. And they can just hold this down for now. The ring does pull away from them. Razor, though, here playing the edge. And, you know, this is a squad we talked about game number one, looking for these fights on the edges. They'll be able to have it here as the scans come out. Here's the Beast of the Hunt for Mercy only pushing up. We'll scan one more time. Hakulo has taken the lead for his squad there, as they are trying to stop this team. I love Mercy's position, but there's a squad above them. It's on the train tracks. It's going to be Team Pop-Tarts. Farmer Lucas considering whether he wants to drop down, but they have a great position here in the tunnel. They can just back away from this fight. They don't have to commit onto this. As you can see, even Team Razor are backing away from this fight as well.
That's smart. That's I feel like we would see Applejacks and SIZ grief each other in this type of situation, but these two teams are going to back off, show a little bit of respect, and now some real estate gets owned there by Team Razor as they take an angle onto Farmer Lucas and take his shields down. But because of the fact that the ring is moving in 30 seconds, they realize that they kind of have to start moving. So now Pop-Tart starts to move up, and while they do so, Razor's going to move directly in behind them, and then they may end up splitting away from each other and kind of owning a spot of the circle over towards the sorting factory side, maybe split a building. One team goes over towards the toilet bowl. One team actually takes the big train building. But now they realize they're going to go over towards the left side. And that's what I'm talking about with Team Razor, where we watched them do this last game. They came in, took a big fight, won it. Now they come over here. They realize the high ground is too strong for this team. They're actually playing it correctly. They're playing it smart. Now we're going to go and pick a different spot because we know that that team is actually going to cause us some trouble. So smart rotations coming in here from all of our teams, and now we're going to see them just reset.
Ooh, that circle building, though, MNK. They are getting pushed. It looks like already got the first knock, and it's Qualix to push up on them. They've already gone two, though. Matt's been finished off. Iru will go down. There it is. Blake gets Mastiff down. MNK will be able to hold down onto the Rotundants. Team Razor, though, now pushing up through that connector area there. They do have a compound in front of them, as they do have to back away. Here comes the defensive bombardment, but Team Razor just will wait that one out as it does subside. This squad just trying to survive on the other side. Here is they do gain control of that building. It's going to be Team Rice Krispies that are over here. And so it's all up to Sung to really hold down this building, but it looks like they will go ahead and give up that building, and that's surprising, as it looks like they just want to play a little bit more compact, and so they'll back away all the way over to this other choke.
Yeah, this is a good kind of point of view of what's happening on this south side of the circle here, where we see where Z Davis and Team Crafting is holding the building where they're shooting across from right now on the Razor side. You see that's exactly where Team Rice Krispies went. And then on the opposite two-story building, that's where Z Davis and his squad is. So now all the teams really picking their spots, and you start to see how the rotations come through when you're actually playing the edge. You kind of just take what's given to you. And if you just grief for too long, just like a team like Rice Krispies did, you're going to end up getting third-partied. So that's why they gave up the real estate. And they're trying to kind of work. They're working, obviously, against Razor, but they don't want to go and take a head-on 50-50 fight because they know that's just going to be way too risky. So smart play. And now I feel like based on this zone here, if we could just look at the map, I don't think this is going to be a hard pull over towards Geyser like we were expecting. So a team like Crafting really doing a nice job predicting where this one's going to pull.
Yeah, and we have a much slower game this time around as well. 15 squads still alive in round number 3 of this game. And Team Razor are in a great spot. That choke just to their northeast, we're going to see a lot of teams start funneling there, and they'll have the opportunity to try and gatekeep them. But we still have a lot of presence down here in the south as Team Pop-Tarts, one of those teams, stuck on the other side of that river. Is it looks like they are getting pushed themselves. There was a Horizon on the other side, or it might have just been Blight covering that door to make sure no nades get in with that gravity lift. They do have a squad, it looks like, on the main building as Blight now peeks out with that longbow, connects on to the Gibraltar, but he's got that fortified, isn't taking as much damage. Here's the Arc Star from downtown. Does he connect? Doesn't look like it. The other team really forcing their hand here, but looks like we might have a crash course here. Another Caustic team on the other side, and so we'll see exactly. That might be
that's a big portal play if he can pull it off.
Oh,
yeah,
here it is. The black hole coming in, and it should start landing just as that defensive bombardment does go down as well with that bubble. It's Team Pringles playing here over at Geyser. Now another fight taking place as oh boy, MNK, they were involved in that fight, as it's now just up to Zaniles here trying his best to survive as Clarify and Frex get finished off.
Does have 2 respawn beacons down below with the banners in hand. Everyone's going to be on top of that though as those players fall, so it's going to be a tough situation. I don't believe Farmer Lucas used his portal throughout all that, which I would have loved to see him get aggressive and try to push onto this third party when they had the opportunity, but instead he's going to save it for this rotation, which is still just as good. Nice burst there. Gold barrel stabilizer really going to help as he just rips that player across from the fence there. Nade doesn't connect, but does force him down into that fence area just a little bit more, and now that whole team's going to have to book it down towards the bottom of the river, which is basically the goal there for Team Pop-Tarts. So nice job, and now they're starting to realize they're running out of real estate, so they have to figure out where they're going to play. Any type of charge rifle, longbow, triple take would really grief them, but they don't have much area to work with. But either way, Farmer Lucas with the portal is going to be huge now that they didn't pick up those kill points with it. Now we see what's going on with Euban and Secret Formula as they're rotating over towards that fragment side, and it does pull more or less over towards where that choke area is. So with 13 squads, this next zone is going to be absolutely insane.
Yeah, Team Rice Krispie Treats were able to pull up to this north-hand side. As you can see, Stunny playing for that drop for now, as he is forced to bat up, and there it is, a PK to go into his hands. He does ping it for his team, won't port them over for it, and surprisingly enough, he does not take it. And he's going to allow Bird to actually push up with that, and you know, that's who you wanted on your Gibraltar player. Even though the Massive is great, PK, you know, in some hands, even better. So Rice Krispie Treats currently in an amazing position. They have caustic traps set up everywhere as well, and you have to imagine that Sung is currently recharging some to have additional barrels to go down in the fights that will take place in just 1 more minute before the zone starts closing. Pop-Tarts now making their way on up. They have a long road ahead of them as Blight will throw down that gravity lift to try and dissuade anyone from pushing out. They have to be careful. Here comes the port from Farmer Lucas to get them past into Dorito as Fat Fruit Ninja. He's almost cracked himself, does back away for now, pops those cells, as it looks like they're just going to try and cut off that team, but there are so many others they have to worry about. Blight will use the gravity lift for that extra movement, for that extra mobility. They do get over to Dorito to give themselves a moment of rest for now as they reset. And 20 seconds left to go. They have a team to their back. They're going to have Rice Krispies to their north as well. And who knows how many other teams pushing in from that south side of the zone. But they at least will be able to heal up their armors to full here. Rice Krispies, though, still have their work cut out for them. Another team pushing in from the north now, so they can't concentrate fully here on the south.
This is tough. This is what it comes down to here for Rice Krispies. Everyone has to focus behind them. I know they want to focus over towards this side, but there's so much real estate over here on this northwest side that if they don't focus on the hill, they're going to came up from behind, and it's so easy to go and pick these kills up while they're having to make their way over towards the hill. But here's Team Pringles getting in a big fight over towards the side. Nice EVA 8 shots, not going to be enough. Casellos, you need to realize he has 0 opportunity of being to pull that one off. And now they start to make their way over towards the side and up this death hill, which is going to be where we see all this action. I went down if we see 3 or 4 teams over here trying to make their way. Poor Kubsky in a super difficult spot, and this is the team we should be on board with. Team Rice Krispie Treats playing this one perfectly. Again, Jameson, nobody watching the northwest side. Everyone focused on the southeast side. Only one player over here. Stunny is going to go and hit this Q, and then the caustic gas is going to come through. So once they clear this out, you can see they have the next area with barrels in all up to Rice Krispies here just to finish this out, focus this team down the hill, and the other 2 teams should be on the other side.
It looks like almost a direct repeat of the last game here. Just full zone control coming out from Team Rice Krispie Treats. As, ooh, I don't know how he spotted him out there with that 3x, but he did. Got a nice connect, slows him down. Starting to pop those ultimate excels, but he's going to need 2 more. As there's still a minute left. The dome has been used. Good connects coming out from Sung. It is onto the red Evo, so he still has to maybe shoot 2 more times to crack that armor. Look, double barreling down here, and so quite literally doubling down by Sung, as they understand this is their biggest threat. This is their biggest threat. And a full 3-man behind him, as Sung is continuing to lay in to that Wraith for now. Is pick up the barrel, refresh that one for now, as he does have 1 more in the tank currently. As he does get naded out, that Arc Star connecting, cracking his armor, he will back away. He understands it's another Caustic team on the other side, and so that Caustic can push up onto him. He's not completely safe there, so I love how he's playing this smart currently. Again,
He's out of cells.
With the second left. Yeah, he might just be all out of heals here, as even Stunny hasn't been healed up yet. And they do get the first knock. That's going to be raised to go down. Stunny has pushed up. We'll be able to get that thirst. It's Brooks that answers back, but it's a 1v2, as it's the full push now coming out from Rice Krispies, as they have to go for the quick reset. They do have the quick res, but I don't think Bird's going to have the time. They're going to try and knock him into the safety, as it looks like he'll barely be able to get him in, but they don't have a bubble to work with. Luckily for them, the other team, it's Secret Formula and Intel in a fight. That gives them the moment for the reset. They'll be able to heal up now, as well as they are going to be able to just fully reset here. The teams are fighting to their northeast and to their northwest. Sung has the high ground, and Team Rice Krispie Treats on the verge of taking 2 games in a row. Sung, he does have the ultimate to work with, that Nox gas grenade to finish it all off. Once again, the barrel's going down here, as he's going to reposition that. He'll pick one up in just a moment. You have to imagine to try and yeet that one in. Stunny was not able to pick up any heals throughout all that, as he did go down. We'll see if Bird or Sung have anything for him, but it looks like Secret Formula, they pick off 1 more from Team Intel. And here is the peak. Stunny, even though he has no armor, the ball's on this man as he continues to push. Now he's going to swap off positions. You have to imagine that there's a bat back there or something for him to heal up as they trade up positions, but no, he gets tagged, does back away once again, and he's going to start healing up finally, but it's small meds.
I would have loved to see him maybe even consider portaling behind him to see if he could just get into a box super fast, but instead they're going to elect to just continue to play this one without the portal, just really depending on Sung and his caustic barrels, and also the red Evo shield coming in for Bird. And man, the shots with the 3x coming in for Sung has been absolutely ridiculous. Dodges the Arc Star. Now you see the thought process here. They're going to try to play this around Bird in the bubble and that caustic gas, just like game 1, almost a little deja vu. Really comes down to what angle the other 2 teams take here. Will they be able to filter directly into one another, just like the previous game, or is Rice Krispies going to come up on over towards the side? That bubble to the left has to be a little bit scary, but fortunately, Bird is the last person to throw his bubble down, which is going to be big. That's going to give them a lot of time, and there goes the bubble coming in, which means the other 2 teams are going to have to focus each other, Jamerson.
This is beautiful. You can see how much the caustic just dissuades everyone from pushing up. You've been getting the knock onto Fury as well. Here is Rice Krispies. Bird with that PK gets good damage off, takes out the enemy Gibraltar. Now it's Teen to come in for the third party now, though, as Team Rice Krispies on the verge of taking a 2nd game in a row. Bird with that armor swap onto the red now, has the PK still in hand, pushes up, and Team Rice Krispie Treats will take 2 games in a row.
What a game by Rice Krispie Treats. Holy cow. No armors, no problem over towards the side. Methodically played. Great teamwork. The communication was on point. Bird with the bubble had to be the MVP right there. It's always coming down to who's the last Gibraltar to throw the bubble down. You saw how long that bubble lasted. It seemed like a 25-second bubble instead of a 12 to 15-second one, however that one lasts. But it was just amazing, head on a swivel, play that choke perfectly gameplay from Rice Krispies. What a job by them.
And it was a huge contribution from like all sides of that squad. Everyone was doing their job, and even the Wraith, right? No armor, still peeking, wide swinging there for that to dissuade any team from pushing up. Great job from Rice Krispies. That's going to be 2 games in a row for them. We're going to take a short break, and when we get back, it'll be game number 3 of Series E. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back in just a short moment.
He bubbled. Good stuff. Last team. They're on the roof. We're down one. Okay. Bloodhound 90. Down. Rafe is the last one. Rafe is the last one. Get her. I threw her ult. Alright, down. Oh, baby. I'm Sung. I play for Rice Krispie Treats. You're watching Series E. You wonder why we're on the tip top in our game? It's because of Rice Krispies. $199. Rice Krispies!
Welcome back, guys, to Series E. We are a quarter of the way done as 2 games have elapsed, and Rice Krispie Treats were able to take them back to back with an expert finish once again, really showing off Sung just how much work he's been putting in on that caustic. Excellent control there in the late game coming out from Rice Krispie Treats, Tom.
The less Watsons, the less caustics, the more strong caustic's going to become in these different type of scenarios. And there's not a lot of EMPs being popped off. 2 Brains, 1 Controller hasn't been able to make it over towards the end game, which would have helped get rid of a lot of those caustic barrels, a lot of those bubbles in that different type of situation. So it's just interesting to see the difference between NA and EU, and also what's going on in our open day and what's going on in our pro day, because we have a lot of different play styles that come through when we go onto our Wednesdays. But overall, I'm just so blown away by the way that they were able to play that one, especially Stunny, like you were talking about on the Wraith, who didn't have anything. It was in shambles, didn't have any armor, still was able to go and get information for his team. As we take a look at the leaderboard, Team Rice Krispie Treats, obviously with back-to-back wins, is going to be sitting in first place. 39 points overall, not a complete domination in terms of kills, but still impressive nonetheless. Secret Formula, one of our open teams coming through. I believe that's Euban and his squad doing phenomenal in back-to-back games, finding themselves over towards the end zone. And Team Pringles with Kubsky filling in, having a pretty solid day.
Yeah, so Team Rice Krispie slowly building up that lead, starting to walk away with this. We'll see if any team can put a stop to them here during their week, but you know the power of your sponsored week here as our partner teams. Every time they come up, they tend to have a very, very strong performance so far. I mean, you were joking around saying this was all scripted, but you know, every single week it seems like more and more that it is. But Team Rice Krispies, they are just showing off that they are understanding how this composition works. They're able to play it extremely well. Looks like, of course, they're taking a lot of the experience as well in terms of calling the circles, as we're going to join on board with them once again. Come all the way here from Skyhook. As they don't challenge really Team Razor. They take this 50-50. They split them. They split up Skyhook, take the loot. As you can see, they're on the western side. That's going to be Team Razor going straight over to Trials as well, as they generally move fairly looted. As we do have another early game fight. VG Rewinds going down. Not familiar with that name.
Yeah, it wasn't a joke. This actually is. It's all scripted. I got the email this morning, I swear. You can't script when a guy's running around without shields. That's just physically impossible to go and pull off. But Mike Lav with one of the uglier wingman skins I've ever seen. Nice shots though. Still gonna push that Gibraltar down over towards the bottom of the ground. That guy's about 25 HP overall. No heals because this is that early into the game for Mike Lav, and some great map movements. Gonna put himself over towards the top, and a purple armor and train. What's going on? Unfortunate for Mike Lav that he's going to have to deal with that, but they are going to be able to get that crypto banner for VG Rewinds. And that's the key about getting into the top train car. If they don't have a Pathfinder, this is the dominant position to be in. But now Cynical is going to be all by himself towards the bottom. And that player is even finding cells and batteries. So the RNG for the team on the low ground is phenomenal right now.
Ooh, and Mike has taken so much damage as he did get pushed. With the changes to train, you know, you're able to just slide on up. They lowered him down substantially now. And so Clinical is left in this 1v3. He's still putting up a fight, but now he's only got about 5 HP left. Got the knock onto Raze, but does he have the heals? Goes up for the extreme high ground, but again, it's a 1v2 for himself at this point, as Clinical not popping any heals, so that does mean he doesn't have anything left to work with. And here is Brooks. Will finish him off with that charge rifle. Doesn't even need a sight. That hit scan just destroying him there, as it's Buff Pathfinder who are challenging them over here at Train, and they'll be able to get the 50-50 team fight win.
Never in my life have I seen 2 purple armors in train stations. So nice job by Buff Pathfinder going over here and clearing that area out. We also saw that a little bit of train was in the zone, so they're going to be able to finish that loot out and then start gatekeeping possible teams over here. But we see where this one's pulling, and we know how popular these hills are going to be. Team Cheez-It going to set up over here and make the rotation coming in from the refinery side. We know that there's going to be a team over towards the Overlook side. Curious to see which team that's going to be, because they're going to have priority position too. Also, teams that land over towards the Fragment East side should be rotating and meeting around that same time right about now. And now you're going to see Hambino make his way over down towards the train carts, because you have a little bit of extra loot down here and also provides a little bit of cover on your rotation. So that battery and helmet's going to be very useful, along with the cells and a little bit of ammo. He's going to be able to get off of that there. And you can see how important the rotations are. There's not enough time to really get your ideal setup. You don't even need scopes on your gun. You don't need much ammo or cells. It's way more important to get to a top priority position. That's exactly what Cheez-It's going to do. They pick a popular spot over here towards the rock. We see Razor lock this down a lot in these certain situations for these hills, but we have two teams near each other, 2 brains, 1 controller, 3 teams actually. Pop-Tarts is in the vicinity, and then Ziffer, who just went down. Tech takes a ton of damage, though.
Yeah, Team Sinister, I believe, going down. Tech does back away as Petty Boss will use that crypto to try and get info for his squad, the EMP as well. And so slowing down the teams to their southwest. Noct still here on the high ground angle with that wingman out. He's got that blue mag, so he'll have some extra staying power, but he does back away and back down. Unfortunate sights coming out. The 1x2 there, not the greatest. They've also got the R9 if they want to swap off to that as well inside the building. But I gotta imagine, you know, it's the first ring closing in, and it's the squads to their west that are the ones that are under a little bit more pressure. Noct his arm shield going down, so he'll just wait for that to come back up before he goes for the repeat. Now it's Tech changing up, taking the high ground now, as things will just slow down. This is about slowly turning the screws on this team, applying the pressure as we join on board with Team Pringles, getting into a fight just north of Sorting Factory. Now they are trying to make a play onto this team that were just shortly in Dorito there, but getting shot by another squad playing that position that we saw Rice Krispie Treats playing in just beforehand. They'll back away from this one as they really don't need a hard commit onto this. Of course, the ever-looming threat of a third party is something you have to worry about here, but they can just back away, continue to loot up, as it looks like they are getting some decent cursory loots, and make sure you, of course, get your just out of there. So they'll back away for now.
Yeah, Kupski was hoping he's going to find a couple cells there because he took some damage over towards the side, but don't want to be stuck in between so many teams, so they're just going to elect to make their way over towards Sorting Factory and let that action kind of unfold, maybe come back to it a little bit later, also figure out where exactly this one's going to pull. Maybe Hundreds is going to wait for a scan over towards the Sorting Factory side. Once this thing closes in 2 minutes, that could give them where zone number 3 is going to be, which could be fairly useful for Team Pringles, and then they can make the rotation depending on where Kubski wants to go. But these, you see all the multiple pings that are coming through, about 4 or 5 different pings coming through. And this ping over towards the train track means that with that horizon going down, that there are going to be a lot of third-party opportunities here. Nice job with the flatline connecting for Kubski, about 150 damage overall. That's going to mean that the rest of the team's going to set it. You see Casellas jumps off the roof, and they're going to be able to push this donut.
Yeah, the flat line really hitting like a truck. Now Kupski climbing up. He does have that Mastiff. Hits for the 26 with that one onto the blue, though. But go ahead and swing to the left-hand side. The scan comes out. It's the third party. They do have to be careful. They back away as the Horizon Black Hole is committed onto that fight as well. So they're going to allow NPL to take that fight for now. Iron to the first one to go down. There is Blake. Defensive bombardment will be used as well. Don't know if that one is Casellas's. The scan is used, and it looks like they'll be able to just get nothing out of that one. So they just back away for now as finally Cheez-It, though, here on a fight in the northeast side as they're trying to really play for this position. Take a look at that hard pull. We can see why teams just understand when they see the zone, when it starts going over to Overlook, it's so important to get into position. So often does the ring just hard pull over there, but it strictly gets out of his queue. He gets peaked. Now he's left, I believe, in a 1v3 secret formula. Ready to just clean this one up. Excuse me, crafting is here as well.
Yeah, you had that right. Secret Formula was the team that actually got those kills, and Crafting is in the vicinity. So a lot of our top open teams, remember, they're sitting in second place right now, and Crafting is sitting in second place overall. So this is very, very tight in terms of skill over towards this side, and it is very important to get into Overlook if you do see the zone start pulling over here. So a lot of those teams are going to be gatekeeping on the hill. You're going to have multiple teams locking down the rocks in the back area, teams rocking the truck in the Dorito building. Crafting kind of stuck in the open here, though. With the bubble, Z Davis isn't that bad of a position, but they're going to have to make their way over towards the high ground. You don't want to go and bail over towards these buildings. I understand the thought process here, but that is a far way to cross. If anyone wants to go and bust out a scout or a triple take over towards the back, they're going to be absolutely done for over here. But these buildings do sometimes see the zone pull this way, and maybe that's what Z Davis is feeling right now. feel like this is more of a play to try to get out of there. It's going to definitely go more over towards the Overlook side, but if it does come over here, at least being the first team to these buildings is going to be nice. If it was going to pull this way, it would already be probably every building already taken, Watson set up, all of the hills taken, etc. But when you go look north of Epicenter, on that northwest side of Epicenter, kind of where SIZ is, there's at least 2 or 3 teams here waiting to rotate.
Yeah, so this is going to be a difficult move for them as Naughty gets tagged. It's going to be forced to use that Phoenix kit. Resulta is in the vicinity to try and help him out with that port as well, but I think he should be able to just get in. Team Rockstar now making their way on up from the eastern side. Defensive bombardment has been used as well. Crummy getting the scan down for his squad as they have the full 3-man to their north, currently holding that high ground as they want to fight for this position. Haven't gotten a knock quite yet, but here's Matt Pickett going for the peak with that Hemlock. Doing minimal damage, but now it's Rakinishu swinging from the right-hand side. He wants to try and close the distance on this team. Still has to buy some time for Matt Pickett, who is going to be selling up now, but it's Rakinishu going for that peak, and he's going to back away. And so I guess they're just happy with this position for the time being, but they will eventually want to make a push for the top there. They do have to worry about their south. There's still a lot of squads remaining here, 16 teams. As you can see, Crummy peeking behind them as well. But they just pick up this loot and they can just play here for now. We have plenty of time as they do have the ring information as well. So they have about 3 or 4 minutes to work off of. Team Pop-Tarts, though, don't. As Farmer Lucas has already gone down. That's going to be UGEM to pick that one up. Now left into a 2v3. Make that a 1v3. Blight going down. It's all up to Fat Fruit Ninja to try and clutch this one up. He does turn around with the Eva 8, but now with no HP left, it's going to be Buff Pathfinder to clean that one up. No, never mind. It was still UGEM. So great play, but it's Buff Pathfinder still holding the platform here as they're getting shot from the south. Now Brooks will back away with the Q as Bursting and Raze will be there to help him out as well. Does have to cover some ground without cover, but he does make it to safety for now. We are down to 15 squads, 43 players remaining. So we might have a rat left here. SIZ on the north side of the zone currently fighting for the cliffside, the hillside, as we were talking about in the early game. This is such a popular position, a power position to play off of, Tom.
I'm surprised that Cheez-It didn't want to kind of lock this down a little bit earlier and see what they could have done, because there's going to be so many kills that are available over here. But I feel like if you're going to play Buff Pathfinder, shouldn't you be playing Pathfinder on your team? Well, I don't know. Well, we'll see though. Either way, EMP is going to come through. That's going to be the knock onto knocked by Stay Naughty with the wingman there. EMP coming through, but not doing nearly enough damage, obviously, as Knock must have been a little bit overextended on that Gibraltar. See what the rest of his team's going to be able to do. Gold armor on that player in front of him. Naughty with a nice little 64 burst with the Volt. Going to back off, though, because he is a little overextended. Does get behind without losing too much of his HP. It means he's going to be able to do the bait and switch with the rest of his teammates. Resulta going to come in. Zach Mazer coming through. They check their back as they make sure no one else is coming through for the third party. And now they're going to start to push forward as Knock gets re-knocked there in the ring. Is going to eat him apart fairly quickly because he's already been knocked twice. There goes Tech. And now the last player alive, most likely going to be finished off very soon here. SIZ, great job gatekeeping towards this high ground. Another team rocking the high ground, going to be Team Intel in a very powerful position. Haven't had a chance to watch them much, but they do have a sub today. We got to note that Fury is in for Hill, who's normally the IGL for Team Intel.
Yeah, this is the squad that is currently gatekeeping up against Team SIZ right now. Team going for the peak, and there it is on the right as he pulls out that wingman. Tempest goes around the corner, takes out Resulta. And so SIZ, even though they're able to find some of these early game kills, it's about surviving past the mid game. They really haven't been able to do as much of so far. Fury will be able to finish off Resulta, but SIZ are still alive for now as it looks like they're trying to go for a wide swing. Tempest does spot them out though. And so they'll keep them at bay currently. The wingman shots coming up from Teen, and he does connect onto that purple, but it looks like they might have been able to make it in. They smell blood in the water. It's actually Rice Krispies that are there. Naughty going down to one of them as Bird and Sung will finish off Team SIZ. RKT though, this is going to be a bit more difficult for them now as they do have to fight uphill. as they do have at least the bottom of the tower to work with to buy some time for Sung to build up those caustic barrels once again for them to make their push. There's another 46 seconds, so they'll be able to at least get one more barrel up for this. It's Team Rockstar, though, here on the northeast side, they're playing the rocks now, trying to apply pressure onto the team right in front of them, as they have to be careful here. Again, we have 14 squads still alive. The port has been used by Rakanishu, so they can go back to that high ground, but again, playing out in the open there can be quite detrimental, and so they do decide to play this a little bit more reserved, by their time, not overcommit onto fights, and that's why good scan coming out, spotting out a team behind them, but Crimey goes for a wide peek, and he does get cracked. Does back away into cover, though, and will go ahead and retake the high ground for his team for now. Still have 14 squads, 35 players, so a lot of teams currently damaged here. 7 players currently missing off of their squads right now. And so they'll have to take advantage of that. We'll see if any teams can get the res. And I think playing this side, making sure that the beacon is not used is going to be very important for Rockstar.
Yeah, it was a very interesting push coming in from Rockstar. They're such an aggressive team. Sometimes it works out for you, sometimes it doesn't. Oh, big nades coming in towards the bottom here. Looks like Knock was able to get back into the game for 2 Brains, 1 Controller. Crazy turn of events there. There goes the knock onto Petty Boss. They finish him off, though, throughout all of that. So Study will go down, but that's going to be some more KP going on over to Team Rice Krispies. Now they're having to book it, trying to retreat back towards bottom center. That's going to be Team Intel coming through. And now it's up to the Caustic Warlord himself, Song, to try to get the res and his team back into it. And now you're seeing the power of the Caustic. No grenades coming through. That's going to be nice for Bird and for Song. So they live to fight another day. There's the nade that we're talking about. It has to be Team Intel in the vicinity. Gold armor is going to be huge for Bird if he can use this.
Yeah, 9 more seconds until his bubble is up, but it's still 1:40 that they have to survive here as Intel are trying to infiltrate in there, as port was used early on, so they'll not be able to just get right in there. And so that does buy a moment of reprieve for RKT to stabilize, but this is not looking good for them. They still have to fight uphill, this time to the south now, with Team Intel in their way. Lobby has dwindled down just a little bit more now, as we're down to 11 squads here. Team Razor still alive in this as well. Z Davis trading away as Impulsive Dream takes out Mercy Only, but they've lost one more. Zero Tricky picking up Grognak, the Destroyer. It's a Fallout reference there, and it took me a little bit to realize that one. But Team Razor have lost out on Mr. Hakulo, so they're playing as a duo. So like I said, a lot of teams currently damaged, as they will be playing it out as duos. Don't know if there's any solos, any rats still alive here. Intel, though, are fully healthy. They're playing the Watson. They have been, and this is one of those squads that have stuck to their guns on this composition. It has been working out well for them. We haven't talked enough about them, I would say, throughout the first 2 games, but we're starting to see why. Again, they were in such huge discussions the last couple of weeks, last month, actually, because their performance has been so stellar. We'll see if Game 3 is the one that they need to pop off and start continuing to build up that momentum that they've had for the last month, or 2 months, actually.
That's really good for Team Rice Krispie Treats that Intel decided that they want to make an early rotation now. You have a little bit of time to continue to loot down there. Maybe decide which side of the hill that you want to work your way up if you're Rice Krispie Treats. And now that we're on Intel's point of view, we're going to find out exactly how that happens. The fences are actually going to be able to tell Team Rice Krispies where to go, because the AoE is going to be so strong coming in for Tempest. Taking a look at Bambino, he switched on over for Nessus Pure Life over to the Caustic, being a little bit inspired.
Yeah, and that's kind of what we've seen in the past, right? When teams start succeeding with the Caustic, a lot of teams pick that up. I mean, you can maybe say that's like the TSM effect. They tried that out in scrims over a year ago before Poland, and we saw a lot of teams picking that one up. Oh boy, Bird doing a lot of damage there onto Zero Tricky. Team Razor making the rotation on in. They still have a 2-man. Bird does have to be careful. He does not have his bubble as the defensive bombardment comes down right on top of him. It does connect. He does have to sell, but he does get finished off. And Team Intel doing a great job of just gatekeeping here on the northwest side of the ring. We'll back away for now. He's 52 damage away from having the red as well. And so they do have basically the ultimate high ground, but the ring does pull down to the south. It's Team Rockstar caught out in this train cart currently, but they do survive for now. They'll be able to reset. Crummy heals up to full, but now the ring does pull away, and so this is interesting. We don't actually get to see this car in often, and that's so unfortunate. Buff Pathfinder losing out on their Gibraltar.
Yeah, that would have been nice to have the bubble in this type of situation, especially with the God Spot, but they still do have Bursty and they have Brooks, so we'll see if they're going to be able to pull this off with the Caustic. But Intel with that high ground is going to be able to force a lot of the action directly onto this train cart here. So it's really up to these two teams to kind of filter out the rest of the lobby here as we see the pings going down. 20 seconds until this zone's going to move, and there's the portal play coming in for Teen. He's most likely going to play in or around that train cart, maybe on the hill in front of him, or maybe towards this blue trailer. Okay, so he's going to lock down the blue trailer and play the outside of it. So smart play coming in for Teen, and now they're starting to get a little bit aggressive with the fences coming down too. They can play the top of this, the side, or the back of it too. So this is big plays coming in and a great portal coming in for Teen. And I love the offense coming in. I love that Fury's not afraid to get up on top of here and lay down some cover fire. That's going to force out the bubble and over towards the side. A lot of players would just be playing this too passive right now, but Fury realizing that if he has the Gibraltar shield, all he needs to do is wait until he has that little screen flash, which means he's taking some damage, and then he's going to back off, use that bubble if he needs to. So again, just great offense coming in for Intel, great pressure overall.
Tempest is getting closer and closer to that interception pylon as well. NPL taking the fight up against Team Rockstar. Is now Intel, they see the trades, they want to push up, they want to get these kills as well. They get one onto Frax and they'll be able to finish that one off as the Niles go down ultimately there, and Bambino as well to Team Rockstar. The fight taking place to their east currently. Fury taking cover behind that supply bin for now as the ring does continue to pull on over to that car, but it's 3 squads remaining. Team Rockstar is a full 3. Of course, Team Intel still alive now. Crummy pops that beast of the hunt, and what a crucial time to have it as well. The scans coming out. Rakanishu with a good spray on that R99, keeping them at bay behind the car now. Crummy will climb up, and he's the one getting aggressive on that Bloodhound for now. Good peek out from Rakanishu, hitting for the red on the left, but now Crummy has to back away. He has been cracked. They still have to deal with this 2-man, that Caustic inside. Crummy barely surviving as they peeked on over that car currently, but they'll back away here. They do still have time to reset. They would want to try and reconsider this, but you gotta imagine that 2-man inside the car are so happy because it's just Rockstar versus Intel on the outside, as they can just bide their time and wait for the trades. Here comes a nade from Matt Pickett. We'll see if the interception pylon is there for them, as it looks like no nades were able to get through, and so Tempest did get that one down for himself. So in this 3-man late game circle, ooh, they spot one out. They don't get the knock though, as Rakanishu backing away with that Q.
It's really what it all comes down to, the big fight onto the truck, bubble coming down on the outside. Like you said, the team inside of this, the 2-man Caustic squad, just absolutely loving what they're seeing. Rakanishu gonna rip the Wraith inside for 98. The fact that Pickett's down is huge for the rest of Team Intel right now. So it's a 3-on-2 situation right now, with Intel having the high ground, multiple angles for them to work with, and the Watson traps coming through. And that's what I love about Tempest. A lot of times he doesn't even worry about what's going on in front of him. He's just focused on laying down the fences and making sure that nobody else can climb up over towards the top. Great job there by Tempest, realizing the situation, kind of just setting up a perfect box over there, over towards the front end of this. So now it's going to be a very weird situation to be in right now for all of these teams. The fact that everyone's played this so slow and methodical means it's going to almost come down to another portal play for Teen. If we could see what's going on with the Wraith screen, that's going to help us, because anyone that doesn't have a portal is going to have to foot it over towards that side, and it's almost going to be a race to the end spot.
Yeah, we'll see. With a minute left, Tempest will be able to pick up some nodes and just move on up, and he'll have 4 of them ready for that late game. But again, it's all 3 teams just stacked on top of each other right now. It's going to be that mad dash. But like you said, having that player advantage, having the Gibraltar as well. We'll see, though. We do have a Caustic team. Anything can happen. Don't know if he has his Nox gas grenade, but you have to imagine he might be building that up right now. Still another 30 seconds. They play in the neutral. Matt Pickett does ultimately bleed out there, as Fury goes for that peek, but doesn't actually connect quite yet. But
It's just one burst he needs on this Hemlock, and we do have a great view coming out from that free cam as well. Team Rockstar just cowering underneath the car currently, as Team Rockstar want to try and full commit onto the two-man below, trying to get the knock onto Bursty, and that might be the only play for them. They trade 1-for-1. This is going to be a Team Intel win, barring any miracles at this point. And so now it's a 3v1v1 as the ring starts closing in. Tempest even has his interception pylon to put down, as he will use it just for cover here. And Team Intel getting the knock onto Crummy will be able to finish them all off. Rockstar are out, and it's just the last remaining member of this squad. Team Intel take the win here in game number 3.
Very interesting game there, and just Intel taking advantage of everything in front of them. There's not much you can do if you're a two-man team inside, and it's very unfortunate that Rockstar is going to go and set it in there. I felt like the right play for all the teams there would have been, hey, let's just go 3-2-2 and try to fight it out and see if we could pull something off here. Maybe a sick bubble fight that goes in our favor and we get a little bit lucky. But either way, Intel, slow, methodical. That's the type of games Intel win, and now they're going to boost up in the standings.
That's right. That was game number 3. Team Intel taking that win. We're going to go ahead and take a short break, but when we get back, we'll have game number 4 of Series E here. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back.
If I could make any Rice Krispies treat, it would definitely be just the original with a bunch of Skittles all over it, because I love Skittles and I love Rice Krispies treats, so I don't see how that could be bad.
Up top, but do have to reset here. 88 with that massive shot, but Bird playing expertly around this.
Hi, I'm GS Bird. I play for Team Rice Krispie Treats, and you're watching Series E. Dude, I got a sweet.
My name is Sunny. I play for Rice Krispie Treats, and my favorite Rice Krispie Treat flavor is the original. The reason why they're my favorite is because, well, they're the crispiest, so.
right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Series E as we are getting ready to head into game number 4. Team Rice Krispies, they were stopped in their tracks there in game number 3, and so we'll see if any other teams have caught up to them at this point. So let's go ahead and take a look at that. The leaderboards for now, Team Rice Krispies still maintain their first place position, but as you can see, teams are climbing up the leaderboard. Team Intel now in second place. Secret Formula dropped down to third place with 33 points. Still, with 5 more games to go, it's a long ways. It's good to see Team Rice Krispie Treats at least staying consistent here, still putting points on the board, as that's what they need to do to try and close this one out.
Yeah, but when you think about where they land and where that end zone is, you feel like they should have won that game out of all the games, because the other 2 they had to rotate so far. So to find themselves in the position of bottom of epicenter when you rotate from Skyhook makes me wonder if they kind of predicted that zone wrong or what was going on, because they should have been one of the top 5-10 teams to go and pick a spot to go and rotate from. When you have to go and you make your way over towards the bottom and have to go up the hill towards Team Intel was, that's a tough spot to be in. So that top area, that choke where we saw Team Intel play, or even where SIZ was, would have been a super ideal spot for Rice Krispies to stay in, and they could have had a huge game that could have just skyrocketed them in this leaderboard overall. So yeah, they're still sitting in first place, but for me, I think game 3 was a pretty disappointing game based on how they played the first 2 games. Gave Intel a little bit of hope coming through, and Secret Formula is still not that far off behind. Buff Pathfinder has been pretty impressive too. I know that they had their fight, I think, over towards Train Station in the beginning of game number 3, won that one fairly easily, picked up some good armors, and had themselves a pretty solid game overall. So it's going to be interesting. I think that we still have, 5 games left, so still a lot of Apex to be played. And during Rice Krispies week, we'll see if they can keep up the pace as we see what's going on with Team Intel, our winners from game number 3.
Yeah, dropping over here at Sorting Factory, we talked about them a little bit early on. They do have Fury filling in for Hill this week. As it is still the holiday season. It's the end of the year. A lot of people a bit busy with family engagements and such, and so understand that. Hill's a busy man, playing on 2 separate squads, of course, being successful with both of them as well. Huh?
What? They're having a life? That's a thing? What? No.
It couldn't be me. Couldn't be me. As
Never.
Team Pop-Tarts found themselves in a little trouble. Lucas did get tagged. Don't know exactly from where, but he will back away to the rest of his team. Finds another armor to pick up, and there it is. There, the scan comes out from Fat Fruit Ninja, as he does want to try and get a little bit aggressive on this one. It's a solo, actually, just spotted out by himself. The Wraith will queue away to safety. And we'll see how much more he tries to commit onto this. Just picks up the sniper ammo and does back away. He's got that triple take. I'm not seeing as much of the triple take anymore. And why is that, Tom?
I don't know. I think that it's still fairly strong. It's just that if you're not very good with it, you're not going to pick it up. I think that there's easier guns to shoot, right? I mean, the Hemlock is so easy to shoot right now. It's so powerful. The charge rifle, I feel like, is so much easier to still shoot than the triple take. So you'll see skilled players, the people that are very strong with it, pick it up. I think that Hal's a great example of someone that uses the triple take still and will do a ton of damage. If you've seen Asu's recent clips, he can completely pop off with that gun as well. But now we go back on to Buff Pathfinder, who I believe sitting in 4th place overall. Bursty, no armor, everybody just in complete shambles on the bottom of the map here, and a difficult spot to be in. Fortunately, Raze, who actually lagged out of the previous game, is going to be in the high ground with the only battery for his team. Medkit in the hand of Brooks. That's going to be huge too for them to reset, but to be in 4th place and be 50-50 and train the first 3 games is pretty impressive.
It's nearly a reversal of fortunes of the loot that they had in the last 50-50 and from game number 3, where they had 2 purple armors this time around, not even able to recover 1 for their caustic player. Now it is a 2v2 though, as Team Res now are trying to get aggressive off of this. VG Rewind's currently bleeding out right now. They do have that Gibraltar in the car. As you can see, this is where we're talking about. With the cars being lowered, you're able to just slide right in to that, and now they've taken their high ground away from them, but they still have to try and finish them off for now. VG Rewind still bleeding out, trying to give information for the squad at the very least. Spot 1 as now Clinical drops down, and the Mastiff will connect. VG Rewinds does get finished off by Raze though, and now it's still a 1v2. This fight still protracted, taking a long time. They do have the res to their west as well, but Clinical, is basically out of this fight. So it's all up to Mike Lav here to try and finish this one off. He's got two and a half clips left in this R99, and there's the caustic gas coming down, but Clinical will be able to just drop down. We still have one holding the high ground as well, and that's going to be Mike Lav to finish it off. Buff Pathfinder, despite getting what, second place in the last game, they will go down here as the second squad, or third, yeah, second squad out. Another fight taking place though, as it looks like Sinister versus Team Pop-Tarts over here on the western side of the map. As Blight has gone down, gets thirsted. Here's the peek out from Farmer Lucas though, as it's a two-man peek. Now they push up onto this Gibraltar, misses that last shot. He will back away, try to find himself an armor swap. He gets that thirst, and he will have that as now it's NPL as well, getting into a fight over at Harvester. So a lot of early game action. Games 2 and 3 slowed down a bit, but now teams have decided to turn up the speed here, as Team Intel are the ones that got involved in this. 4 kills already for Teen.
That's the perfect third-party situation right there, where one player is basically down on each team, and then you're able to just clean up the kills from the players that were knocked, and you get credit for them. Nothing's better than that in this tournament situation. AMG, though, with the 5th party coming through, caustic gas going to be nicely placed, coming in for decoys. That's going to force players out of the bubble. A very nice arc start inside the bubble, predicting that those players are going to push in. This is still Team Intel in the vicinity. Where is Teen, though? He's the last player alive on that Wraith, possibly dipped out, realizing that there are still a lot of teams in the situation. So while it was looking great for Team Intel, AMG is going to shut that down, and everybody decide they want to go over towards Harvester after hearing those shots.
AMG is a squad that is still adjusting a lot to the meta, you know, and they are learning a lot, I would say, from these weeklies. Their third-party timings are getting better and better, as you can see there. That was an excellent cleanup of Team Intel. Teen should still be alive. But now we are on a board with Aqualix, who aren't really that far off from this, but they've got a team pinned down currently over in the Hot Springs area for now. We'll see if they can get aggressive on this. Irid currently popping the ultimate excels, which is surprising enough because, you know, the Horizon ultimate is on a relatively low cooldown. But if they can have the black hole, they can group them up, nade them out, get a clean team fight win, that would be great. AMG not slowing down as they find one more out. UGEM to go down. We're already down to 14 squads, and it's the first ring still closing, Tom.
It's the first time we've seen actual big third parties coming through on a major fight, though, and I think everybody is rotated so fast. And the reason that was is we watched that train fight for like 5 minutes, it felt like, happening while they were trying to take down Team Buff Pathfinder. But Irid's kind of trying to use that black hole as kind of like an extra grenade, where you just kind of throw it in the door, and now you know that door is already taken up, and you can maybe make a different type of rotation through. But they should start making their way over towards the zone, and that's exactly what they're doing now. That team using the changes, obviously, to World's Edge from a while back to go hit that geyser and fly out of there. And am I seeing triple gold armors coming through for Team Razor?
Yeah, sorry if I scoffed audibly there, but yeah, that is ridiculous. Triple gold armor. Paculo now going to push back, with that Q. They are getting aggressed upon right now in gate capped. I don't know exactly which team it is, but that's a good thermite connect. It's 2 brains, 1 controller trading. Now it's a 2v1 in favor of Team Razor, as Mercy only is bleeding out. But again, the gold armors is so good. Take a look at how quickly they're able to reset here. Getting dropped on is Zeratricky. We'll be able to finish that one off. 2 brains, 1 controller going down. There's going to be the res. Gold armors, which means they can just stay in this forever. Does he have the gold bag?
About to find out. I mean, you would think the triple gold armors. Yeah, so he did. I knew it. These guys are fiends, man. Nerf trials.
Oh, man. All that glitters is gold, and they're just sitting pretty here. And so they can just play the ring forever. This is a squad that has been playing the edge more and more, and this is a loadout that just completely enables that. You'll have heals for days. The syringes go extra far for you now. It's Team Rockstar, though, over here at No Name, getting themselves into a fight. Currently, the Wraith Portal has been used as Matt Pickett does go down. It's Impulsive Dream there on the other side. Rakinishu backs away, tries to heal up, gets tagged one more time. Matt Pickett finished off by Impulsive Dream. Here is the third party coming up from Team Pringles, pushing him from the north side, though the port has already been used, so they can just back away from this. And oh my god, the absurd amounts now of caustics in this lobby. It's like almost 50% of the squads are running in.
That's how it is, and I'm just surprised that teams aren't on top of that even more. Caustic is so strong. If you're not going to use them, you're going to end up getting rewarded for it. And again, there's not many Watsons, which is really the one thing that you have to worry about. Nice spray coming in for Crummy. He's going to have to bail on this one. Will he be able to hit a scan on the way out to show Rakinishu where those players are going to be? Also takes Z Davis down fairly weak, but Rakinishu realizing the situation, last guy alive, most likely a third party coming through. So many teams in the vicinity, and they had a powerful spot. That's the thing. When they go to third party this, they're already in a situation where they have one of the top 5 spots in the game. The zone's not going to end too far from them. Most likely kind of where Kubsky and his team are set up right now. Wingman shots not connecting as much as Rakinishu was hoping, but he's basically in shambles right now. And again, 4 or 5 teams in the vicinity, most likely not going to get out of this situation. And he does get taken care of. So it's just the aggressive play from Team Rockstar that seems like it's going to work out, and then it doesn't, and they end up just getting taken out. And it's tough because I'm used to kind of seeing them mop those fights. It's just the teamwork's not there. They're a little off by a second or two, and they're a little too aggressive at certain times, and they're just not on the same page. Pickett goes in a lot of times. The rest of the guys aren't there to follow up, and it's mainly because the teams realize that they shouldn't even be taking that fight in the first place. So they probably shouldn't even put Pickett in that situation where he has to go and make a play and feel like he has to make a play.
Ooh, you can see there Frex was able to get that res. He's got the bubble down. I don't know if any team's applying pressure onto him for now, but the fact that he's not on the kill feed, a good sign for them. So they should have been able to recover, get him back into safety. So they should stay as a 3-man for MNK. Team Res, though, still over here at Frag East. AMG now making their way across map, getting aggressive. They get the knock onto Bird, but they lose decoys throughout all of that instantly, though. Knock and the trade out from GS Bird as Sung, does back away from this. Barrels down now to try and stay safe. He's got that bat popping as well, along with the red Evo to get him up to top. Stunny is
inside
forced to heal up as well.
Can we get a third person?
One with the barrel.
Do we have a third person of this? I have to see what the clown poofs out of the side of the ears look like when Caustic Warlord over here. Sung trying to escape, and unfortunate again, this is going to be one of those situations where Rice Krispies I don't think is going to be able to get major points while they have a decent amount of kills. Team Res coming through with a nice third party, and we see that scan. No Name still is in. You do have Team Pringles still in a good spot over towards that blue truck area. And now all these teams are going to start to go and push in. Only 9 squads alive here, still a decent amount of rats throughout all of this, and Razor just sitting pretty on their gold armor on top of their hill.
Yeah, unfortunately for them, they're not able to find as many fights as they would probably like, especially with this loadout, where they have very fast resets. But they do have a team ahead of them on the other side of the cliff here on the ultimate high ground for now. But yeah, with triple gold, with the gold backpack, they haven't been able to find as many fights as they would like. They've only got 1 team fight win, but still, consistency is the most important part here. Is Team Razor not as high on the leaderboard as we generally expect them to be, but they're currently in a good position. They've made top 9 at the very least. That's going to be a 2 placement points. We'll see how much higher they can place here. Oh, a squad up top on the tower, as that's going to be their main focus, I would have to say, to try and deal with. Really, no one else can contest them at this point.
Yeah, not at all. They're just going to continue to lay down serious damage, and this is just one of those games that Razor is going to probably win, right? And this is what you expect from them when they go and play the Edge on open type of day. And that's why they steamroll these lobbies so hard, because they do have the loadout sometimes. And then they have that really big game that just boosts them in the standings, a 25, 35 point game. So I wouldn't be surprised if this would actually be the one, because you know how many players we saw when we cycled through. Every team is owning a building here, and once they go and fight, expect Haculo to come down with a portal. You're also going to have probably Kubsky and Team Pringles try to get involved in the no-name fights too. So it's going to be very, very interesting to see exactly how Team Razor wants to play this one with all of these teams basically in front of them. We know, again, with only 9 squads, maybe 1 team is behind them, but the way that they have it, with 1 or 2 people watching their back, they should be completely fine. The zone's going to clear out majority of that very soon anyway, and then everyone's going to be stuck on this fragment no-name side.
Yeah, and it's Team Pop-Tarts that are stuck here in Fragment currently. They have a team in front of them over at the diner for now. Blight taking to the high ground with that gravity lift. He'll have that additional angle to work with for now. But he does have to be careful being up top here, as it looks like Pop-Tarts are going to try and avoid this fight, but they re-ping over to this building for now. And it might just be to play neutrally. Here it is, gravity lift to cover that door.
Surprising that they actually use it there for that fact, but they will be able to get into safety for now. And so this is at least buy them a little bit more time, try to make it into top 5 or so, but things should slow down. Like you said, there's 9 squads remaining. The zone is still large. There are plenty of buildings for teams to be playing. So it's going to be a lot of poking and prodding for about the next 2 or 3 minutes. But hey, someone does peek out. Blight gets some decent damage, but he has to heal up himself. 341 energy ammo, though. They can get very aggressive with this bolt.
They need to get rid of that door where that team is constantly peeking over and over again. There's, again, another gravity lift being used. Rewinds takes a ton of damage over towards the side. Bubble's going to have to be popped there for Clinical. This is not a good situation to be in over towards the roof. You could get third part. Now that that bubble comes down, you're going to have teams like Razor looking at you with that scout, Hemlocks, trying to put down some serious damage while you're dealing with Pop-Tarts over towards the side. So if you're going to take this fight, it's going to have to be down to Fat Fruit Ninja hitting a good scan. That's going to give them enough information to go and make the play. But there's the black hole finally being used. They're going to pop that one. Most likely going to pop the grab lift after that too. And that's the play that they were waiting for. There's the third parties coming in from the side as well. Expect Farmer Lucas to come through and be able to help clean these ones out and probably try to Wraith Q out, because one player is going to most likely get away throughout all of that. But they do get finished off. The third party is still coming through as well. Nice shots coming in. Matt is going to get traded out for Fat Fruit Ninja. Farmer Lucas with the Mastiff as well. Not able to connect on the second, but does connect on the third. Hemlock is going to connect for a decent amount of damage too. Armor swap coming through very fast. Blight deciding if he wants to go and try to get the thirst or if he's going to try to take this 1v1. Misses the massive shots. Whoever this player is doing some serious work. Blight with a fast armor swap though, and the Horizon grab lift. The team over towards the side still laying down some serious shots. Not as clean as you were hoping for Team Pop-Tarts, and now Razor finally getting involved.
Yeah, Razor, they still have the high ground, but it looks like they were flanked. Impulsive Dream getting the knock onto Haculo. Excuse me, Z Davis gets that knock, and Impulsive Dream will finish him off. And wow, how to get punished there by Team Razor. Unfortunate for them, but they should be able to recover the banner. It looks like, Haculo was right up in the thick of things. That's exactly why he's down there at the diner. We'll see if Mercy only can recover that banner. They do have a res and 45 seconds to work with, and of course the loadout, they want to get it back. Fortunately for them, they have not picked up the banner quite yet. Team's still in the area for now, and mostly it's worrying about crafting there, as Z Davis did go down throughout all of that, but they will be able to res him back up, and they pick up all this loot as well. And so Team Crafting coming in, but you can see throughout all of that, a lot happened there, right? But we can see why the black hole can be extremely, extremely punishing, even though it was cleared instantly, right? They turned around, they all focus fired it. That brief moment where they all look away was enough time for the teams to get aggressive, deal the damage, and take them out. Fortunately, it just wasn't a clean fight, and we had the third party coming in. We're on board with M&K though now, as they are playing over here at Overlook. They've got the platform, the train platform to work with as well, and a very strong position for now. Easily defensible one, especially if you're playing that Watson, a very popular position back during the Watson meta when we would have these rings. We'll see if Clarify positions for that for now, as it looks like Haculo got finished off. Zeratricky as well. They went for the res, and now they're getting punished. And everything was looking so good for Team Razor, but now they're the ones on the back foot. We'll see if he can try and survive into at least the top 5. And with Z Davis going down, he at least secures that for his squad. That should be 4 placement points for them. How much longer can he survive? It looks like he does go down ultimately, though. Oh, wait, no, it's 5 squads left. He's still alive.
Yeah, he just got taken out over towards the side. 4 squads alive. Where are the fences for Clarify? Don't even think he needs them, as there are only these couple of teams left. Much faster paced game than we were expecting. A lot of that happening with the early game that was taking place. And we see that it was, wow, Sung making it through as a rat to top 4. Nice job by him. Unfortunately, not able to make it into the bottom of the train there. That could have been big. There's a little sliver in there. I think we've seen Matt Pickett be stuck down there on Mirage a long time ago in this type of zone. But I love the position coming in right now for MNK. I feel like they have a really great spot. Unfortunately, Hundreds was taken out through all this. We know that Pringles was locking down that truck for a very long time, but they know they have to play the top here. The bottom is just to try to secure maybe a top 2 and force these last 2 teams into one another. There's no way that you could survive inside the tunnel unless Kubsky hit a really, really wide portal, but he's going to take so much damage throughout all that, and it's going to be predictable that you're coming to that single spot. So they're going to have to deal with MNK up on this high ground, also Special Formula on the high ground too. And maybe Kubsky can get lucky with Casellos laying down some good caustic traps and a nice ult over towards the side.
Yeah, you can see the 2 teams are poking away at each other, and so now Kubsky calling it. We're going to wrap around to the south now and try to get behind them here. See if they can get up safely. Does Casellos have his Nox gas grenade? This could be the difference maker in this team fight. It's going to be up to Clarify. Yeah, we were talking about it, of course, the natural counter coming out. It's going to be that Watson generator. So Casellos will have to bide his time. He'll have to wait out to see that interception pylon, clear that, throw the Nox gas grenade to finish this one off, but they're going to lurk for now. You mentioned it time and again, Tom. Kubsky, so good about getting the placements, one of the highest placers in the ALGS throughout the winter, throughout autumn, every time he competes now. Here we go, the ring closing on in. They are going to creep on up. It's going to be Special Formula here on the tower. They've got the snipers to work with as well. The wingman in the hands of Yubin now as they spot out Kubsky and company. The Nox gas grenade along with the barrels are used there to provide them some sort of visual clutter at the very least. Casellos has gone down, so it's all up to Kubsky to try and get into the top 2 for his team, but they are committing everything here. Even the defensive bombardment is Special Formula. But it doesn't look like they're actually connected. Kubsky ultimately dies to the ring, though, and now we are down to our final 3v3. A Special Formula will now drop down against M and K below them, setting up a crossfire at the very least and picking up additional loot for themselves. Special Formula looking to close this one out. They have the tools to do it. As finally, we have just a clean 3v3 endgame here.
I love this position for Yubin to go and put this aggressive portal over towards the side, so if they do ever need to lay down initial damage, they have so many different spots that they could pounce on. Really, it comes down to trying to wither Frex down, because you have to get the bubble down more than anything, and he's the player that is just ADSing over towards the top, so that needs to be the focus right now for Yubin. If he could just land a couple of wingman shots, that's going to be big. 1 hits for 76, but it's all about that portal. Keep the eye right around that 30% mark. That's when he's going to have to either commit to staying down low or come back to his team with the ring moving. I wouldn't be surprised to see him take that one back here very shortly, and that's what he does. So nice heads up play there from both the teams, but unfortunately for Special Formula, they're not able to capitalize on that small window that they had where they could have just used the outside of that ring to their advantage.
You can see Frex keeping an eye on high ground there, along with his sights basically trained on that zip line, but again, the ring closing right on top of that tower. So another tense 2 more minutes take place here for the final fight. Don't know if there are any nades to be thrown out as well. It looks like the interception pylon might have already been used too. They were just worried about that. The ultimate cells were passed down though by Yubin, and so that is going to be very important. We'll have that Gibraltar. He should have a defensive bombardment to use for this late game. So it's about neutralizing that interception pylon and trying to finish him off. Clarify is close, 80% now on that interception pylon for this. A minute 20 seconds here, as it looks like the ring does pull away to the west, Tom.
I'm really curious to see how they're going to play this one. Will they set up a zip line? Will they set up another portal? Because that's coming up here very soon. You have so many different options to play. You could even play both of those. Then you're going to have double defensive bombardments coming through. Interception pylon probably going to get placed through all that. Fence is going to go down too. But are they going to fight in the next 50 seconds, or are they going to actually duke it out in the final circle? It's tough to say. I think that they're just trying to get a big initial burst down. Once that happens, they're going to go and make a play. And it seems like they both have resources still left. So I think they're going to wait it out, Jamerson, and just try to play into this final zone.
Yeah, and big initial burst. They've got the Prowler in the hands of the Gibraltar, so he can do that. At the 5 shots, if he can get it all headies, to be massive. Clarify and the Wraith, basically their primary targets. They really don't want to try and take out Frex with that on the Gibraltar. We'll see though. That's a tool they can use here.
Again, now 14 seconds left. The ring will pull away. What do they commit onto? They do still have throwables, but we'll see if Clarify can get that interception pylon down safely. With 5 seconds left to go, ring starting to close on in. You can see the nades primed and ready to go, but they have to wait it out. They have to wait it out. Frex doesn't even have his defensive bombardment, but there's an early bubble coming out from them. Here are the nades out as well. Does that mean the interception pylon does go down? It does. Inside the bubble now as they have to push up. They've used the bubble for themselves as Scissors now will push forward with that Mastiff. Gets a good connect, but he will fall down. Now it's left to a 1v. I don't even know. It's a 1v2, and MNK will finish that one off. Game number 4 going over to them. It was a tense last 2 minutes there, but they take the aggressive angle, push down early on, and will be able to finish that one off.
Yeah, you got to give a lot of credit to Frex right there for just the great bubble in front that really threw the rest of the team off. They didn't know exactly how they wanted to play that one. They threw the bubble over towards the back end side, but it was over towards the zone. And then you saw the Arc Star just primed in Frex's hand. So I got to give it to him. MNK, great job. But to me, it was all about Frex holding it down, ADSing from the bottom, making sure no one was challenging. And then the bubble just yeeting that one across and making sure they were perfectly set up for the push.
Yeah, buying them enough time for that interception pylon as well. Just everything. Beautiful play coming up from MNK to finish that one off. That was game number 4, which means, of course, we have hit halftime. We're going to take an extended break. Go stretch your leg, guys. We'll be back in about 10 minutes. And after that, we'll have the second half of Series E. So we'll see you guys then.
Hey, shake it, kiddo. Love Dad. Oh.
I've got this. Kellogg's Rice Krispies Treats. A little love when it's needed.
If I could make my own Rice Krispie treat, I would make a strawberry cheesecake Rice Krispie treat. The reason why I would make that flavor is because that's my favorite to-go cheesecake, and I love cheesecake. I'm Sung. I play for Rice Krispie Treats. You're watching Series E.
All right, welcome back, guys. That was halftime. So that means we have 4 more games remaining for us. Team Rice Krispie Treats in the first half took 2 games in a row, but then they got slowed down there as Team Intel and MNK were able to win out in games 3 and 4, respectively. But what does that mean for our leaderboards? Let's go ahead and take a look at that. As Team Rice Krispie Treats still in the lead, but that lead is getting cut into as Secret Formula now in second place with 48 points, Team Intel in third with 42, and Mouse and Keyboard are there with 40 points, and Team Razor Pringles trailing right behind them.
Yeah, you can see how this lobby is kind of going. The teams that are putting themselves, and they all these teams have similar play styles sitting over towards the top. We saw Team M&K in our first zone being set up in one of the god spots. They only got 9 points that game over towards the truck that was between Sorting Factory and the landing over there. And it's the same thing with Team Intel, Rice Krispies, Secret Formula. They find themselves in the end zone. Not a lot of edge opportunities here. A team like Razor, you feel like, would be running around right now getting a ton of kills because they'd be finding all these fights, and all these teams that are set up in the middle wouldn't be able to pick up any points. But it has been the slow, methodical play that's been paying off for these top teams.
Yeah, we saw Team Rice Krispies excellently own real estate in games 1 and 2, and just really being able to play out the late games surprisingly well, as they are coming into their own now with this composition, with the change in drop spots as well over the last month or so. So we're seeing some great adjustments coming out for them. But again, it's about still being consistent. We still have 4 more games to go, and so anything can happen here. But currently being in the lead, they have to be happy. But it's like I said, Secret Formula just 9 points behind them. 15 points behind them is Team Intel, and Team Intel looked like they are just warming up now, Tom.
Yeah, Team Intel's starting to come good, look really solid, but just keep in mind they don't have Hill. They have Fury filling in, so missing their IGL. Still doing phenomenal, though. The team fights are looking really strong. You love to see the way that they're able to own a lot of space with Tempest playing on the Watson. And it looks like we're going to get started with game number 5 here very shortly. But if anything, I think we're going to have a same style that we did in our previous game. I think that the game is going to still pick up. It's going to be a little bit more fast-paced. There's going to be a lot more kills. And I'm looking forward to seeing if it's going to be similar where, again, the teams that are setting up are going to be winning, and the teams that are playing the edge are not going to be picking up a lot of points. So we're looking at some of these replays from Team Pop-Tarts. This is where we saw the fight that was happening outside of No Name on Fragment East, where they threw down the Horizon black hole, and then the grav lift came through. But after this was about 4 or 5 teams, I think, getting involved over towards the edge of this fight. It makes it very difficult, again, with Team Razor over towards the side, locking down the high ground. Hakulo got a little bit too aggressive. If Hakulo was able to live throughout all of this situation, Team Razor would have been in a prime position to win this game.
Yeah, we were talking about, of course, seeing a lot of caustics, but today we've seen maybe 3 or 4 squads running the Horizon herself. So I'm looking to see the exploration at the very least before we start going into the Winter Circuit and everything else. Because I honestly think she does have a lot to offer. The team mobility is crazy. Team mobility on a 15-second cooldown is absolutely nuts, but having the black hole for an engagement, she has a wealth of utility for herself. But I think, it's still going to take time for teams to really figure it out. But right now, it looks, honestly, more than anything else, teams are just trying to have fun with her. She is definitely one of the new, as a new legend, I think the most fun people have had with a new legend in quite some time.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, it's great when you throw down the black hole and you're able to chuck grenades in there and do plays just like this. As we've seen this replay 20 times now, so you could see it with my eyes closed. There was a lot more that happened in this game, like the fight that we had over towards the sniper side, over towards the end of the game when we saw MNK locking down the bubble play. So if we get in a replay, guys, we should probably be showing Frex eating the bubble and winning the game, because that was the biggest play that we had throughout that entire game. And I love the way that they were able to play that one again. That's a very tough situation to be in. The opportunity was closed once Euban's portal went away. I felt like if they were going to ever make a push to try to go and just filter down there, that was going to be it. But Clarify had so many fences down there that was just a great job. And Frex with the ADS shield on the Gibraltar was just so strong in that certain situation. So I love the way, again, MNK played that game. Congratulations to them. And that's that replay that we were talking about. So now we hop into the game with Rice Krispie Treats sitting in first place, going over towards the Skyhook side, winning game number 1 and 2. Slowed down just a little bit, though. And we know that Team Razor is going to be on the opposite side of them.
Yeah, I believe they had like, what, 39 points heading into game number 3. And since then, still got 18 points across 2 games for games 3 and 4. So it's about maintaining consistency, as it looks like. Ooh, there's a fight. MNK versus Sinister over here at Lava Fissure. As Barely Asian has already gone down to Mitla. The next one, quite possibly no armor on that Wraith. Forced to use that Q early on. And Ziffer is holding on to that bubble just in case they needed it. Getting shot at from behind a Mitla. Dropped down to 1 HP. There's the blue armor. Coming a little bit late for them. But we'll see if they have any more heals. They haven't been able to recover the banner of Barely Asian either. And you have to know that they can sit here for a while. Rez, though, once again in a fight with Buff Pathfinder. As the high ground fights coming out as now the nades here from Clinical to try and force whoever is up top with him out, as Bursty is able to get the knock onto Mike Lau, so drop down, I believe, into a 2v2 here as MNK are finishing off their fight. Milla able to get one onto Zaniles and thirst him off. But man, so much fighting going on. There we go. BG rewinds, finding one more knock onto Brooks. So this might be it. It's the 1v2 is just the Gibraltar, I believe, ahead of them now. But Clinical will back away. He is one shot. So he'll try to find some heals for himself as, oh boy, here's the fight. SIZ versus Team Applejacks over in Fragment West. And once again, it's gone pretty much split between both teams here. But Kenny with a good spray down gets rid of Zach Mazer, but Kenny does not have any HP. He just got peeked, and there it is. Finish off from SIZ, and SIZ are getting better of the 50-50s now. I believe the first one of the game went over to Applejacks ultimately, as it was a protracted one that found its fight ending all the way over at Train Yard.
Yeah, these 50-50s are tough. It just really ends up griefing one of the teams. And unfortunately for Applejacks, they've been on the tail end of the 50-50s almost all of Series E. And it happens on the open day. It happens again on the pro day. They've just never been able to find a spot to land. And if I was them, I would almost consider going for another one of these teams that are a partner team, like going after a team like Cheez-It on the refinery side, start contesting a place like Overlook. Anything besides the areas that they've been going, taking on other top pro teams that are, around their skill level or maybe even a little bit higher. I feel like they should be attacking the other like teams that are kind of at the bottom of the leaderboard, more towards the relegation. And now we look at where this zone's going to be pulling, and it seems to be more towards that thermal tree side. So a team like Cheez-It, a team like Team Rice Krispie Treats in first place has a very far rotation throughout all this, and that's always nice when you're running around with the R9 Purple Mag Eva 8 and you find the Mastiff instead. So now Strictly should be able to lay down some serious damage throughout all of this, and they're going to be putting pings down where we saw that fight recently over towards the Fragment side. Now we know that SIZ's coming through. We know that there's another team rotating from the east hand side. So this is not going to be a free rotation. It's a little bit risky for Cheez-It, but they have left a lot earlier than they typically do.
Yeah, they can bide their time, use replicators, get all their stuff up. As right now we are on board with Intel. They had a very short rotation coming over from Sorting Factory, getting their way into Harvester here as they do spot one out in the connector. With that wingman once again, we're seeing how strong it is in the hands of able bodies, as they do have a gold bag in front of them. Does that mean it's the Skull Piercer? It is, and so Teen will have that. A little bit of additional damage that comes out from it can be massive now in these fights. He's also 132 damage away from getting that Evo up to a purple, and so Team Intel, they do a great job of poking away and getting their Evo shields up early.
They do, and I love the wingman play, just like you were talking about, Jamerson. And one of the teams that will see multiple wingmans, Teen loves to use it. Tempest will use it as well. And we also have a nice scan coming out for Team Crafting that's going to show us, again, that this is pulling, again, that thermal tree side. So this rotation coming in from Sorting is so difficult, and they're trying to beat teams through it. That's why they have the portal through. Z Davis took so much damage throughout all that, but a zip line on top is going to split Impulsive Dream from the rest of his team. So this is such a tough spot now to be in for Team Crafting. As we look over towards the side of what Team Intel is doing, I don't think that's the team that we were looking for. That's the team we're looking for. It's Secret Formula in the vicinity with Euban already down, Bubble coming through. Nice push from Impulsive Dream, and they've somehow turned this back around without having the high ground.
Yeah, it's all up to Scissors here. Left in a 1v3. Crafting are damaged, very bruised, but it looks like they'll be able to start healing this one up. Scissors lost his opportunity to try and take advantage. Here goes Impulsive Dream, showing off why you don't just take a zipline like that. Full bore going on right into the wingman shots of Scissors. Hey, second go around. Are you tall enough for this ride? Looks like they will back off. Scissors now has gained back some momentum to try and push this one now, as the bubble has been used. He's stopping that fast rest at the very least, has the massive out, but hasn't done critical damage with it. He's got another Q up, and he will go ahead and back up on to the high ground once again to heal up. His teammates still bleeding out, as here comes the air burst. Doesn't connect. Another nade and knocks him off. He does have his Q, will grapple away, but they have spotted him out, and he has lost his opportunity to try and win out on this fight. He'll have to try and survive for as long as possible. Importantly, though, at the very least, is that his teammates are still bleeding out, and so that means he'll have increased time to try and recover their banners. That's if they let him, or will they continue to chase him down? Team Rice Krispie Treats in a fight, as Bird was able to finish off Sumo. They've got this northwest side of Harvester currently on knockdown, as Euban does get finished off there in the kill feed. And we do have, it seems like, a slower game so far, with 18 squads still alive, with the zone almost finished closing.
That was pretty wild turn of events throughout all of that. And I love the way that there was just a gold bag and a gold helmet sitting on the ground there. No one wanted to pick that up. Apparently everybody already had gold everything. I don't think so. But Rice Krispies now just kind of following in what seemed to be Team Intel's footsteps. We see what Razor's doing. They, again, fully stacked, obviously coming out of trials. Those are the type of shots you love to see coming in from Hacula. That's going to be Zeratricky getting the knock onto Zach Mazer. Unfortunate for SIZ. In a tough spot, as those are going to connect onto the knockdown shield that was Zach, and that is the Gibraltar, keep in mind, for their team. So they're not going to be able to get that bubble down. No fast res. Should be a 2-on-3 situation. The problem is fighting in train right when this zone rotates. It's kind of a rule of thumb that you don't want to fight right when the zone starts to close, because that's when teams are going to start filtering out from outside the circle. So hopefully for Team Razor, they are the only other team here with SIZ. Big burst coming out for Resulta. We know that they can take 2 versus 3s if they need to. Resulta does have a battery in the back pocket, but this is a very healthy Team Razor team. Hacula with the gold armor needs to make sure he doesn't overextend like the previous game. Bubble coming down just in case. Rakanishu in the top right gets a knock on to Kubsky. That's a different fight taking place, but big 2v3 happening here for two teams that are very, very close in the leaderboard.
Yeah, they've got the devotion as well with turbochargers, so he could just lay into them if he wants. A lot of energy ammo still left to go, but that high ground position proving to be very difficult to push for Team Razor now. They are taking it cart by cart. Haculo taking a ton of damage. Here comes the push out, but 104 coming out from Mercy only with that Devo, instantly charging that one up. He will be able to get the knock onto Not Even Now. The final remaining member, it's Resulta to answer back. Zeratricky will take him down, but they've got the res. Here it is. Mercy only getting right back into this. So once again, SIZ going it down here in a train yard. That's 2 games out of 5. Pop-Tarts are in the area looking to try and third party, but they kind of missed the mark as Hierarchy comes in for the third party behind them. And so Pop-Tarts will have to back away from this. They have lost their opportunity to try and third party them, but they've got another team ahead of them. It's a 2v3 for themselves at the very least. No, it was a 3v1. Excuse me, as it was just Hierarchy there left.
It's like you want to go in third party that, but then what is Hierarchy doing so overextended away from his teammate who has white armor? So I'm not really sure if they just got caught with the rotation coming through. Pop-Tarts heard them maybe from behind, maybe got hit with a scan far away from Fat Fruit Ninja, as he did have that Beast of the Hunt. And now they realize the situation that they have a full healthy Razor team over towards the side. And I don't think you want to take this fight after that many shots were being fired. A lot of other teams are going to possibly be interested. Again, 15 still alive throughout all of this, and then the Fat Fruit Ninja scan is going to show they're going to piece out here, especially knowing that is Team Razor with the high ground.
Yeah, they just get out of there, and Blight once again still on that horizon for now. It's 2 brains, 1 controller. As hey, we've got some fills coming in. Petty Boss out along with Noct. Surprisingly enough, Aves coming in. I don't know who Black is, but yeah, Aves from Dude's Night Out. As Black taking a lot of damage on that Bloodhound. Does have to back away. Does have the port to work with here. As Ambino goes on the other side. Gets that knock onto Tech now. As they do have that fast res, but instead they do it outside of the bubble. But they ultimately do get him up. Here come the nades, though, right behind Black. He has to be careful. That Arc Star does go off. Doesn't take off his shields now. He does almost get cracked as they are trying to get out of trouble, but they have another team behind them as well, getting pinched off. They are the meat in the sandwich here, as they do force away the Wraith at the very least. Tech gets himself into a corner and starts healing up. It looks like they will have a moment to breathe. Just really doing a good job of at least being able to back away from this one. The scan does come out. They already knew there was a team behind them, but it's about the positioning there. Light from Team Pop Tarts getting a knock onto Bird. Razor now, oh boy, getting punished as well. Mercy only to fall along with Stunny. So much happening here. What a turn of events. As 2 brains, 1 controller. They were the ones that were in so much trouble, but they back away from that choke and they find themselves some kill points.
It's a great turn of events there for 2 brains, 1 controller, and I think that you had to give a lot of credit to the amount of pressure that Aves, I think it was, put on with the overall play when they were weak. So that was just a great job overall by everybody. Just being on the same page, no one overextended, no one pushed into the wrong area, and they all filtered back into this little crevice over towards the corner over here, and they still have a little bit of real estate in front of them where they are in the zone, so they can elect to continue to play the high ground, and instead they get a nice scan that shows that the bubble goes down over towards the side, and that means that that's most likely going to be a res. But Zara tricky with the knock onto Black. That was the 2 players down below them. There's a 3rd player shooting from the side. They're going to have to send this if they want to save Black.
Yeah, they cannot. Tech doesn't have his portal. I don't know if Haves had his bubble. That's very unfortunate. Now, he could try to make a play for the banner at the very least. You do have time to try and res him back into this. As, there's a res right behind them. There's also one just north of Thermal. As you can see, Tech is considering it dropping down. He does have, of course, that zip to get back onto the high ground, but there's players underneath him. Gonna try and get a different angle at the very least here, as he does peek on over, but he's been scanned out. It's Gibraltar on the low ground, gets the arm shield, but he doesn't get through the armor as well. It's gonna be A's. They're full committing onto this at the very least. They got the bubble. They do connect with that nade, but he looks like he healed up once again. It's Team Razor trying to recover at this point. The 2v2, no knocks quite yet, but there's the first one. Zero Tricky once again with that hemlock, putting in work. Aves to go down. He needs to get the thirst. He needs to get the armor swap, but instead elects to go for that battery here. It's all up to Tech. There's another squad showing up as well. Team Razor are not out of danger quite yet, as they have lost out on Hakiel, never able to recover him. Zero Tricky does get the armor swap. Mercy only healing up now. It's 2 brains, 1 controllers. Tech still holding this angle, and we have to remember there's another full squad, I believe, just waiting in the wings. Zara Tricky with the hemlock finishes him off. There's the scan. They're waiting for the 3rd party up above. It's just imminent doom for them. We'll see how aggressive this squad gets.
Does anyone else want to drop over here? If you're going to send it, they need to send it once Black got down so that Black could send pings. They also had to reload. He probably did a little bit of damage throughout all that, but instead they just went one by one into Team Razor. That was just a horrible turn of events after we saw such great teamwork a minute ago around the corner. That's Team Cheez It above them, locking it down, and with, again, multiple teams in the vicinity, Team Razor just loving the fact that all this action is happening towards the top-hand side. Maybe they're going to be able to weasel their way out and sneak their way into the zone here. Round 3 closing. That's going to rip off a lot of the shields if they do stay into the zone. Another team is gatekeeping throughout all this on top of the train into the cart too. So we're not expecting this many teams over towards this side. Definitely Team Cheez It wasn't expecting this type of resistance. And now they're going to have to probably make their way into that actual train cart if they want to take this team on.
They do have options. It looks like they still have a sliver of that choke to work through, and ultimately it would have been just very little damage if they took it throughout the ring. But yeah, they have a free passage. They don't have to hard commit onto this side, but we don't know what's on the other side of the mountain is essentially here, so they can just bide their time for now. It's 1:45, and so we'll see if they can find an opening or what they decide upon as they are swapping around their meds. The scan does come out from the team below them as well, as it looks like Casellas will be able to finish off C. Davis, and this is what I'm talking about. They have the option. They can rotate this way around, but it's going to be difficult. You have to imagine a team has been holding that high ground position right above the train tracks, and oh boy, first warning signs. There's 2 caustic barrels, 3 caustic barrels. That's actually important now, so they'll be able to come up and try and lurk on this, but they haven't spotted out. Here comes a nade. See if Strictly connects, but now this is the time where they clear the barrels behind them. They don't want to, of course, get taken out by that, but hitting for the blue. That was actually a very important nade for Strictly. He'll wait it out now as they get naded themselves. Here comes Strictly getting aggressive with that port, but time might have passed. Whoever that was, whoever got connected on by that nade, will be able to heal up. It's Team Razor versus MNK, as MNK will be able to finish them off. It was just a duo, remember, for Team Razor. They lost out on Hakulo early on. Team Cheetah continuing their push there, but they have to push up against the Caustic. It's gonna be difficult. Gibraltar Dome is about to go down. They dome aggressively, but the Caustic Nox gas grenade is there, slowing them once again. Good job clearing the barrels, even getting some armor checks. They want to continue to try and apply pressure, but they have about another 5 seconds before this gas is gone. We can see why it's so strong. It's Buff Pathfinder on the other side here, playing that Caustic, slowing them down. But at this point, they have committed onto this side. They have to play for this. They do have the ports, but it looks like they will go full onto this, especially after that knock from Mass, as they've taken out one. They're about to take out another. Just one remaining here. Strictly will be able to finish off Raze. He still has to recover now. Thankfully for him, MPL are in a fight, and so they're not getting third party quite yet. Here on the eastern edge, MPL now starting to push up, but the caustic barrels are there. Bambino throwing one down as Dracos is taking a lot of damage from the high ground. Of all places, Fat Fruit Ninja that's up there. Late going down as well. The Peacekeeper shots big coming out from E-Boy Ronnie as he finds a second one, but it's Blight with a PK of his own. The 1v2 though, as that gravity lift has been used, but Team Pop-Tarts do go down. NPL now trying to recover as Dracos is getting rezzed by E-Boy Ronnie. Bambino dropping down into the low ground means his teammate goes down, and it's all up to Bambino to try and rat this one out for NPL.
Unfortunate turn of events there for NPL. So many teams filtered towards that backhand side. Frex with the late rotation around the corner there. And now Bambino just stuck on the bottom of the map by his lonesome. Now we see Team Intel doing what Team Intel does, really just staying close to the zone as possible. Now a big fight happening. Nice 98 coming in for Teen. He's going to have to queue and get out of there. Keeping that bottom door open is going to be huge. So they have all of the fences set up down there for Tempest and his squad. But that's what Team Intel does. You don't really know where they are until the end of the game, where they start popping out of the woodworks in the final zone. And now you see just how many caustics were in this game, Jamerson. After each game, I feel like, oh, great stick though. Fury, will that Arc Star run into him? He does. Heads up play by that player on AMG to go and push that one. Now throughout all this, it was Tempest as the last guy alive. Unfortunate there, but what a great Arc Star.
Absolutely, positively massive there. Intel getting punished on that push. AMG, they've got the caustic to take into the late game here as Pringles find themselves in a fight on the train platform, excuse me, yeah, on the platform now. They've got Casellas throwing down the gas, throwing down the cover for themselves. Hundreds, they'll have the EMP to work with as well. Once that drone is up, they pick up all this loot. And take a look at this, by the way, 7 squad, 13 players remaining. And so there are a number of rats still alive in this game. Hundreds getting tagged down though. Gotta be careful from the north. 100 still trying to find cover. Kubsky is going to try and body block at the very least from the north-hand side. MNK still here in the late game now as we made it into the top 6. Casellas taken out by Idols. Here comes the bubble as Sleepy Panda finds one as well. MNK not able to find the timing push onto AMG, so AMG will be alive for now. We're down to the top 4 squads. 1 rat remaining. Here comes the EMP. Let's see exactly who it connects on to. MNK, though, looking to close another one out now as we're down to the top 3 squads. Cheez-It losing out on Strictly, and so that's going to be Team Cheez-It taking 4th place now. Team Pringle still alive on the opposite train track on this platform as the ring does pull away from them. They don't have a bubble. It's going to be up to Casellas possibly try and get a Nox gas grenade up. We'll find out if they have any ultimate excels for him to use. Now as Kupski is going to be forced into the void. This is good. AMG taking a push up against MNK. This is the third-party opportunity that Team Pringles need to try and win this one out. There's already one knock coming out from Clarify onto Ionos here as they throw in the nades, connecting onto the red Evo shield. They've lost one as Kupski comes in for the third party. Frex gets the knock onto Sleepy Panda. They are trading away now. Here is the push. Here is the EMP. Into the bubble is Kupski. He gets the damage out as Casellas comes in from behind to finish off Frex. And this should just be it. Team Pringles taking game number 5 as soon as they finish this off. Team Pringles get the win, steal it away from Team MNK.
What a job there by Pringles, holding the platform again, forcing the other two teams into one another. There's so many different ways that you can do that. The main thing is just laying down as much cover fire as possible, using your utility, your grenades, whatever you need to. Hundreds hit the EMP at the right time. Kubsky comes around, sacrifices his life for the 50-50, so they get the final 2 versus 1 that they needed to. Even Clarify playing that smart, realizing that he tried to take that 1 versus 1 to try to secure second place for his team. Unfortunately, that team and player was playing that correctly. I believe that was AMG using the knockdown shields over towards the corner. So everybody really putting together a solid game, but overall Team Pringles takes it.
Yeah, excellent game number 5. That does mean we're going to go ahead and take a short break. When we get back, it'll be game number 6 here for Series E, so don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back.
So back when pre-season, like before they nerfed Caustic, my favorite force line, when every time he threw gas or like shot gas and he would just like be like, oh, I think that's like my favorite voice line, because literally I can only see everything. I can see everything and nobody else can. So I think that was my favorite one. My typical loadout is a long range and a short range, close quarters. Long range is like mainly longbow, scout, charge rifle, all that type of stuff. I can use whatever. Then for a short range, I typically use like a automatic gun, Volt, Prowler, or R99. Doesn't really matter. So mainly try to avoid is the wingman. Sometimes I hit or miss. Sometimes I can hit like 90 shots a game, or I hit like maybe 1 or 2. So I tend to like not to pick that gun up.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Series E. It's Rice Krispies week, so make sure you're getting your giveaway entries in right now. All you have to do is type in !giveaway, and of course, we're announcing them all night long, throughout the night, and you can do that. It's a Rice Krispie Treats care package. It's honestly fantastic. But let's go ahead and take a look at the leaderboard before we head into game number 6 here. We'll see if Team Rice Krispies have maintained the lead, and they barely have. Team Pringles just behind them by 1 point. Team MNK just rocketing up the leaderboards as well, now in 3rd place with 53. Secret Formula there in 4th place, and Team Intel in 5th. We have quite a race here. Yeah, all the way even down to 6th place. Team Razor are still in the running with 42.
Even Team Buff Pathfinder, but Buff Pathfinder is landing and splitting 50-50 over towards the train side, so I worry about them a little bit. But so with this many games to be played, one big game could really skyrocket you throughout all of this. I'd love to see these teams that are on the right-hand side, like NPL, Rockstar, Cheez-It, SIZ. We know what they're capable of. If they can have a big game here in this next one, it's going to make it just that much more competitive. But I want to give a shout-out to Team Cheez-It, the way that they were able to win their team fight in that previous game. I was really impressed with the methodical play that they were able to do. Yeah, they don't have a lot of points on the board, but that was one of the more clean team fights that I've seen Team Cheez-It take in quite some time. So I'm really excited to see what's going to happen for the rest of them in these games. But overall, right now, Team Pringles, Rice Krispie Treats, only 1 point between 1st and 2nd. That's what I'm going to be excited to see what goes on in this next one. Who's going to be able to lock down these great spots? Now that Rice Krispies wins the first 2 games on Caustic, I think we see about half the lobby on Caustic right now too. So that's always fun to see. And also a couple more cryptos being taken throughout all of this to try to counter what's going on in the lobby. So with 8 games, you start to see all of these different adjustments. Teams start to play with the meta a little bit and figure out exactly how they can try to fit in here to try to get some extra points. And we see what kind of loot they're going to get as we hop on back over to the never-ending fight at train station. Team Rez going to try to find out what armors they're going to be able to have when they go up against Team Buff Pathfinder.
It really is never ending. I mean, we see these fights continue to extend for so long that the 3rd party comes, the 3rd party gets 4th partied. It's been absolutely insane. That's kind of just what happens. There's so much, so much elevation, different levels to work with at these fights. It's all about trying to get in that positioning, trying to find the angle, being really methodical about this right now. But Team Rez versus Buff Pathfinder, it looks like they've gone for just a split down the middle. They've taken the western edge and given over the eastern edge to Buff Pathfinder. And at this point, it's which team blinks, which team decides to back off of this. Team Rez do have the opportunity to try and back away to their west, maybe go down or even up towards like Hot Springs or somewhere, anywhere that's not here at Train Yard and coming into this fight now. But hey, here's Mike Lav. He's holding W and he's going to try and push forward here. But we know how difficult it can be to try and push the high ground angles.
We'll have to get some sort of armor checks on the other side. Remember last time there wasn't even a armor on the Caustic, I believe. Now we see what's going on with Applejacks again. Another 50-50 for them, most likely against SIZ. Big nade coming through. Lion takes so much damage. He does get that Phoenix kit off. Has the Wingman massive combo, so that's very solid for him. Is able to connect on 2 players. Oh no. Last guy alive, though, does come around over towards the side. Not sure how weak he's going to be. Massive shot is going to connect, but the flank comes through. Resulta was fairly healthy throughout all of that, so no reason to worry for SIZ, but the only thing you have to worry about now is a 3rd party. Nice job by Lion from Apple Jackson. Speaking of 3rd party, hello.
Oh, man, they just slide right in. Team Razor with the timing as well. By the way, that's 1 minute and 15 seconds before the zone even starts closing. We know that they typically drop right over at Skyhook. They got here super fast for the 3rd party, but now they're getting 4th party. Here's Impulsive Dream of MNK to come on in. Z Davis getting rid of Mercy only as well. Excuse me, Crafting coming in now as they pick that one up. They'll continue the push, and so Team Razor, they try to metagame this one, but they got meta themselves. Team Crafting cleaned that one up. And I wish we had the time to break down that last fight, Applejacks versus SIZ, but yeah, it's the 3rd party. This is Apex Legends. You know you got to expect it at all times. Crafting continuing to try and find this push, find an opening. Impulsive Dream has set up the crossfire on the left-hand side. Team has made it into the diner now as they go for the peak. Only 14 with that first massive shot. You can see the cell getting popped now.
One knock, two knocks. Nope. Here's the Arc Star as they make their way on in. Z Davis does go down to Zera Tricky. But Krognak is there to back him up as Hakulo does go down, and Team Razor will be finished off, and Z Davis will be brought back into this one. We are already down to 16 squads as that train yard fight also resolved itself.
Yeah, just, casual fourth of the lobby fighting in the first, minute of the game over towards the fragment side, and Crafting's going to walk away with the majority of that. And it's unfortunate for Team Razor, but that's why you don't teabag the bodies. Instead, you hit the scan and maybe see what's around you before you start wasting all your ammo and embarrassing yourself. Team Crafting going to take that one, and also hit the scan for us, showing that they are in the zone for the next one if they want to continue to just hang out here. But most likely expect them to rotate up towards that hill, towards the epicenter side, and then start to make their way maybe towards the beacon building that is across the train tracks over here. Could be a solid ending spot. Also, the sniper post that is located over towards the rotation in the choke where Skyhook is could be a possible end zone. We'll have to find out exactly where that is fairly shortly. But now Rockstar making the rotation. Crummy hopping off of the Bloodhound, switching on over to the Pathfinder. Maybe a more comfort pick for him, not feeling the scans coming through, or maybe just wanted a little bit more skirmish power here as he can work with Rakinishu just a little bit more. But taking this high ground over here and falling back down, and most likely going to just try to rotate through the tunnel and cave area, because the last thing you want to do is make your way up that hill. That's a death trap.
Yeah, it's a slower rotate for them as well, coming up from Lava City, excuse me. But we'll just rotate through the tunnel now, as they're just going to completely avoid that. By the way, throughout all of that, AMG came in and was able to third party up against Buff Pathfinder, picked up one of them. But I believe Buff Pathfinder are still alive for now. AMG did not finish them off. As Rockstar will just be able to continue this loot. Surprisingly enough, of course, all these bins not taken. We'll see if anyone hit No Name as well. Pop-Tarts that want to fight over here at Thermal. Excuse me. Oh my goodness, I've already forgotten. Yeah, at Thermal Station now. Fat Brew Ninja gets the first knock onto Blake. That's going to be Aqualix losing out on one. See if they can continue this push, though. It's a Horizon team versus Horizon team, so mobility abound. But there it is. Pop-Tarts finish off Aqualix, pick up the 3 points, pick up the purple armors as well, and a lot of loot. And they need to loot up quickly here, though. They have to always worry, of course, about third parties coming in, maybe teams coming out from tree and such, moving their way on up. But it looks like they are safe. So, Team Pop-Tarts, I like that they're still sticking with this Horizon, trying it out. It's a mixed success. It's you have to get the practice in right now, right? In these weeklies, it's so important to get these practice in, just because you don't have the scrims popping as much. It's hard to get this kind of experience, especially with a newer composition. So I love that they're doing it here. Down with a thickness, though, getting themselves into a fight over at Skyhook right now. Don't know who's on the other side of this one, as they haven't traded quite yet. Beast of the Hunt has been popped. That team is just stuck as a full 3-man. Bubble has already been used, but the damage has been done to Down with a thickness that they can't really quite push. Sumo, though, has other things in mind now. Defensive bombardment, clear out the roof as they have to back away up off this one. It's Ugem. His Beast of the Hunt has ran out. Hierarchy going for that repeat now. It's a gold army on the other side, and he does get taken out. It's going to be strictly it's Team Cheez-It on the other side. Here, pick up one. It's now down to a 2v3. Team Cheez-It with the advantage. They will continue to chase down. Strictly still needs to heal up, but he's got the gold armor and the syringe popping. The Arc Star coming in. They've got a bubble. Keep themselves safe for now. Arc starking the door. Arc starring the door, excuse me. Arya starking the door, anyhow. Hambino will continue to lay down the nades as this team recovers, but they are safe and sound at this point. They're continuing getting sand. This is kind of crazy. How long, despite being in a 3v2, this team is continuing to stick around and try and push them for now, as Strictly goes for another peek with that Mastiff, but he is forced to drop back down to the rest of his squad.
Yeah, someone else on his team needs to start working with him here and pushing up the stairs. I'm not sure what Hambino's doing. He's on the Gibraltar. Mask is just hiding. I get that there's multiple teams around, but Strictly shouldn't even be poking out. If that's exactly what you would do. You should just make a play for your team. There's no reason to go and try to make individual plays if that's going to be the case. So now they see there's so many portals, and this is such a weird situation to be in. You may even want to try to rotate through the choke on the opposite side. You're in the closest building towards that clamor up. That could be a possibility because they've been stuck in this corner for about a minute and a half or even longer. There's a team already to that spot that we were talking about, so the rotations are not there for Team Cheez-It right now. They're going to have to wait even longer to figure out how they're going to get out of here.
And they haven't been able to recover any bodies or anything. Their med situation has to be hurting at this point. We're on board with Team Rice Krispie Treats, who are just kind of tucking themselves away. They haven't been able to pick up much. As you can see, Sung is still on that white armor. They're trading away things as it looks like Stunny go out with that stabilizer. Doesn't have a mag on that R9, so his close-up fight can be a little bit precarious. Does find a nade. That's nice for himself, but they need to find the damage. They need to find squads to really try and get their Evo shields up. The slow play could punish them in the end. We'll see. Rice Krispies, though, have avoided a lot of fighting as the pings do come out. They might have spotted someone out to their northwest for now. Barrels will come out to clear their back. There's another minute. We'll see if they get this building for free, quite possibly. Of course, they're not running that Bloodhound, so they don't have that early scouting information. It's all up to Stunny here on the front lines. Try and spot things out for his squad. There's a Watson team in front of them. I imagine that might be Team Intel over there. We'll find out.
Could also be M&K with Clarify on the Watson. I think there's maybe one more Watson throughout all of that.
Oh.
2 to 3 Watsons for sure. But now Team Pop-Tarts with the Hemlock and the 2X, that's a great combination for Farmer Lucas to have. Just kind of poking around. All is up to Fat Fruit Ninja here with the scans before they go and make any type of play. There's no way they're going to poke out without massive information. So you see that's exactly what Fat Fruit Ninja is doing. He's just going to continuously hit the scan as soon as it's on the respawn, and they'll figure out whenever there's an opportunity to go and push, and still hasn't really presented itself quite yet. So this zone's going to close, and once that closes, their entire back's going to be covered, but somehow Sleepy Panda gets the knock onto Farmer Lucas. Now Blight's going to have to hold them off. Doesn't have his black hole, so that's not going to buy any time. Instead, he's going to use that grav lift towards the door to try to just hold them off for a split second, and that's all they needed to get that res back onto Farmer Lucas. But that's the type of situation you don't want to be in, because that's going to start burning through your resources here. And without Blight being on Watson, without any type of Gibraltar on your team, that's what's so difficult to be on this horizon in this type of situation. So while it is nice to go and chuck these things and go and buy some time for your team in the corner, you're going to have to actually open things up with big damage instead of being on the receiving end of that one. And this team is extremely annoying.
Yeah.
You'd see, again, that's 2 brains, 1 controller over towards the fragment side. It looks like they're getting some of this old loot that was down too, and they're going to be rewarded with that. I know Black, I think, went down in this game too, so they were able to get him back in, rezzed, and completely healthy. And they have to be the healthiest team in the entire lobby. Look at this, purple mags everywhere, red Evo armor already on round 2 coming in for tech. So this is a strong position to be in.
Here's the fight, though. Pop-Tart's getting pushed now as it's just Blight alive. Team Rice Krispies were able to just make their way on in. I don't know exactly what happened, but they found an opening, and they're gifted that. They were, of course, struggling, right? Sung was on, I believe, a white Evo shield, now has that purple for himself. Bird still needs to heal up, but hey, they have definitely come up at this point. Bird now on a purple as well. They have a decent position. They still have to move, though, as the zone does pull away to the east of them. And they have a Watson team that they have to get through at this point. We'll see. They have multiple options for this rotate. They can still even swing around to the south and take some zone damage if they want to. And there it is. Getting the scouting information. Someone just standing still. It's Gibraltar taking a lot of damage from that Hemlock. Now here it is, swapping on over the armors as, never mind, Stunny found a purple for himself as well. Sung getting so much closer to that red Evo shield for himself, and he's got plenty of time to work with it. But again, it's about making the decision, where do we want to rotate to? Do we want to just continue to push up here, or maybe just avoid a lot of this fighting, go to the south? Oh, they could even go to the north if they want to. But now we are down to 11 squads, and take a look at that ring pull. So it actually behooved them to actually push up to the western side there. As you can see, there are 3 teams currently hovering over by train yard, and so there's going to be a big funnel of squads down there in the south. But we have a team fight here. Rockstar up against someone, not quite sure who. The Gibraltar Dome has already been used. Matt Pickett now trying to find an angle here from the low ground. He's got the Hemlock and Massive at play, along with the defensive bombardment. And here it is, going to toss it down, but he takes a lot of damage. Now they're chasing after him, sliding down. as Matt Pickett will be safe. He's got the bubble. I'm surprised this team is getting this aggressive now. Matt Pickett has taken damage. Here comes the port out from Rakinishu. But oh boy, Matt Pickett has gone down. Port is not there for him, and so he will fall. Crummy now taking a lot of damage. It's NPL here. E-Boy and Ronnie finishing and thirsting him as well. Crummy though, looks like we'll try and push up with him. Rakinishu now right into the bubble. He does have that massive out. Only hits for 11, but there it is, the 88. That's what he needed to take out Dracos, bringing this down to a 2v2. Plays around the bubble, tries to get the thirst. Will have the armor swap, but he gets pushed on in the 1v2. He will not be able to survive. E-Boy Ronnie going down as the third party is already here. Secret Formula, pick that up.
Unfortunate for Bambino. Great 2v1 right there towards the talent events against very skilled players, but Pickett just continuously finds himself by himself, and it's very unfortunate because I look at his screen and I understand where his thought process is. The team just isn't there with him, and that means Pickett needs to slow down, especially on that Gibraltar, and let someone else go and flank. Now we see what's going on with Rice Krispies. They were able to get into the edge of the zone here and still have this Watson team in front of them that we still don't know who that is. Could be Team Intel, could be Team M&K. Either way, it's going to come down to Sung versus the Watson in terms of can they place the caustic gas in the right spot and try to avoid that interception pylon. Can they get some big initial burst damage here with the Hemlock that's going to go and send it? That will help get the red Evo up there for Sung too. And this is what you got to do. Just keep laying down those barrels and keep pushing and pushing. But you see that zone pull, Jamerson, they're still in, so they don't have to make a huge rotation. Meanwhile, defensive bombardment being used over towards 2 Brains, 1 Controller. Now a big bubble fight going to happen.
Yeah, as they want to push in, but it's Caustic team on the other side. So the barrels proving to be a major sticking point now here, but good spray down. Barely sees his silhouettes, but he's getting shot at from across the ways, and we know who that is. As 2 Brains, 1 Controller backing away now onto the low ground. They cannot come in onto this fight anymore. They don't have the bubbles. They need to heal up. They do survive. Black was dropped down to about 15 HP. They have options to try and go back up. No, they do not actually. And so they are stuck here on the low ground for now. They might be able to creep up in as Rice Krispies. They have a lot of actual space to work with here on the western side of this zone. Again, still have to contest with that other team just to the east of them, stuck inside that office building for now. See if Sung can actually get some barrels maybe down onto those doors that keep them trapped in there. But I like how they're doing a really great job of keeping tabs on the teams to their north, the team to their east. There's 2 teams currently to their north right now. We're down to 9 squads, by the way, with 25 players remaining. So 1 squad quite possibly missing 2 players, or 2 squads missing 1. We'll find out as we poke around these other squads. Take a look. This is what Sung does. He controls space for his team. He's going to provide additional cover for them. He's got 2 barrels down here. As he recharges, he's going to be able to pick one up and then throw them down when he needs them. That's how you play as the Caustic. You can have 6 barrels down at any given moment and have 3 in your inventory. So he's doing a great job of just managing that for now.
And you can see the difference between when your team is comfortable playing on Caustic and when you have a very strong Caustic compared to when you just switch to him midway through the day today. And nice spray coming in from Sleepy Panda on the player down below him. Could that still be 2 Brains, 1 Controller sitting underneath that platform? Black did a great job of escaping with just a sliver of HP, and these guys are doing whatever they can just to try to escape. But I love the way, again, that Rice Krispies has been able to play this because they're going to have the zone towards their back, which means if a team goes and griefs from the other side onto that Watson building, that's their opportunity to go in third party and own the best spot. But now you're going to see knocks happening left and right. AMG going to get that knock onto Black. That was 2 Brains, 1 Controller still down below them. And we find out where that zone pulls. AMG in a good spot with this high ground.
Yeah, that was very unfortunate as we saw that rotation coming out from 2 Brains, 1 Controller right into a full squad. Here's Secret Formula though. Keep an eye on their portal. Team above them does not like the looks of that, as lots of reds over here. So Secret Formula should be able to swap off, pick up all the red armors. So Team Rice Krispies still have to deal with a team just to the east of them for now. Tiny little angle, but Bird connects these shots with the Hemlock, but he's running out of ammo, by the way. He's only got the 1 clip in
Their whole team is actually.
Yeah, he's got 7 bullets after that. So this is very difficult for now as Bird tries to peek on over, but man, this is a little bit rough. But we're getting to that phase where you don't have to just play with the ARs. You can just play with the shotguns. As it looks like Sunny's setting up for a port play for his team. If you can get in there with that Wraith, throw down the Nox gas grenade, that could be the entry that they actually need for this.
I think he was going for a capture there and missed it. And that means he used his portal a little bit too early. So now they're going to be forced to do something crazy here. And that means that they're going to just try to go in on this team. There goes the infiltration. Portal was used. Now they go in, try to lock in both doors with the portal, but it didn't work. It looks like that team could be in shambles. It may not be a full 3-man squad. And you're going to see the caustic barrels over towards the door, which means they're going to have to be forced to take the portal there. So nice heads up play there for Team Rice Krispie Treats, but they still have a lot of work cut out for them. Not in the zone, not safe quite yet. Bubble is going to be used. They have to deal with the fence in front of them as well, as the zone's going to collapse on their back. This is it for Team Rice Krispies. They have to win this fight for the high ground.
AMG on the other side, throwing down all the nades. You can see the thermites as well. Stunny barely gets into that queue before he goes down, but he's already lost 2 of his teammates, has the knock shields to work with as well, as he's trying his best. But here comes the push out from AMG. They do get finished off. AMG still here on the high ground. No, it's excuse me, it's Secret Formula that are up here. But they do get rid of Rexes at the very least. We are now down to our final 3 squad. Secret Formula getting hit up by this defensive bombardment of AMG, who have jumped down to the low ground. And they are in such a beautiful spot. They have this large rock to work with for cover. They have all the heals as well. It's just unfortunate they weren't able to take advantage of that defensive bombardment, but hey, they've got positioning to try and close this one out. They took second place, I believe, in that last match. Now they're really turning up the heat. They can get this win here. AMG will just skyrocket up in the leaderboards.
Yeah, and I'm just I feel so bad for AMG because they were maybe one sliver of HP away from picking up such an easy dub with that amazing defensive bombardment that Knowles was throwing down there. But you see the pings over towards the zone. Alt Excel in hand, but it's not enough to go and get that defensive bombardment up. It's going to have to be a great bubble play coming in for Knowles. He doesn't have a Mastiff either, and that scout is completely out of ammo. So now they're figuring out exactly where they want to go and put this bubble, and they're going to have to deal with the team on the high ground. Decoys with the gas. Does he have the ultimate? That's going to be big for them as well, and there's the bubble play.
The bubble has come out as Einolz is going to be forced to try and bat up, but the bubble is going to be used on the other side as they push up, set up the angles. You have to be careful trying to peek out like this. Sleepy Panda has been cracked, and he does go down. Secret Formula might be able to take another dub here. It's all up to Decoys. He does fall. That's 2 games in a row for AMG, taking second place. It's Secret Formula who went out here in game number 6.
What a job by Secret Formula. There was no way you would have thought they were going to win the game right there with 2 players down, and there's no zip line there for AMG. No way to crawl up. There's no way to clamor in that situation. Just goes to show you how important it is to hold the high ground, and just where we're at right now with Apex with so little amount of Pathfinders. Like you were saying, Jamerson, maybe a Horizon there could have been huge. Go have that team movement there to go and clean that one up. But either way, great job there. And we have one heck of a final couple games coming up here, Jamerson.
Yeah, we're going to take a short break. When we get back, we'll have games number 7 and 8 to close out the night here for Series E. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back.
How I feel about being the only caustic in Series E. I feel confident. Once we're in the end zone, I feel like we can win most end zones and end game. With being the only caustic and with 20 bloodhounds, with him just scanning and just shooting our traps and stuff, I don't have no problem with that. At the end game, they need to worry about me, not me worrying about them. So it is what it is.
My first memory of Rice Krispies treats
The first time I ever had a Rice Krispie treat
Was
around like 3rd grade. There's this girl I really liked, and we had to make our own little mailboxes for Valentine's Day, and she gave me a Rice Krispies treat, and ever since then I've been in love with them.
at school. I got it for breakfast one day, and you know, now all I eat is Rice Krispies.
Sometime around elementary school, I just remember for Halloween I got one and I tried it and I just thought it was amazing. So I've liked them ever since.
Welcome back, guys, to Series E, where we are getting closer and closer to the end of the evening. We have 2 more matches left ahead of us, and Oh boy, it's been difficult to try and call who's going to take this one tonight. Rice Krispies started off extremely strong, taking back-to-back victories, but have since slowed down. We have about 6, maybe 7 teams still in the running for our top 2 positions here, Tom. And it's all about the story of the leaderboard at this point. So let's go ahead and take a look at that to see exactly where we are. It's Secret Formula now finally taking the lead. Team Rice Krispies are now tied with Team Pringles with 66 points each.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult to predict. That's why I think we should talk about something more important, like what is your favorite Rice Krispie treat? Because we just saw a plethora of flavors there on the table. So, Jamerson, I have to know which one were you going to pick.
Chocolatey drizzle. I'm going to go with chocolatey drizzle. Like the M&M ones look great. They look fantastic, right? But you don't need extra crunch on a Rice Krispie. You need a little bit more extra depth and flavor. And I think the chocolatey drizzle is just enough there.
Yeah, but you're still getting chocolate with the M&Ms too. I'm just throwing it out there. So it's tough. I'm gonna go with the M&Ms though. I see where the chocolate drizzle's coming through, but you never know. The Rice Krispie Cocoa Treats ones could be a sleeper. You never really know.
Oh,
maybe
absolutely right. You know, this chocolate meta is absolutely insane. We're seeing a lot of people pick it up right now, as much as all the people picking up the caustics in the lobbies too. But if you guys want to win yourself some Rice Krispie treats as well, make sure you type in ! giveaway. I'm not too sure how many we've done so far. We're supposed to do 3 throughout the night, and they'll be announcing them, of course, in chat. So make sure you're getting your entries in. As long as you're in chat, you type in ! giveaway, you are entered to win one of the gift gift boxes. So go ahead and do that right now, guys. And thank you all for hanging out here for Series E. You know, these are the last 2 shows, the last 2 Apex tournaments of the year, essentially, as well. So let's go ahead and finish this one off strong. Game number 7. And this one's going to be nuts because it's been really great. All night long, we've had some drastically different end zones as well. We're not complaining about the ring really just kind of favoring one side tonight. And we're seeing different compositions win, but most definitely the caustic compositions are proving to be very strong tonight, Tom.
Strong and annoying for so many different reasons. And again, more teams picking them up. So it just makes it more difficult. If you are an actual caustic team, you don't know which gas is which. You don't know which barrel is which. All the time I'm a Wraith, I'll just be running into a caustic barrel thinking it's my teammates, and I just get gassed out of nowhere. Let's take a look at some of the plays that we had. Looks like we are going to look at some more replays because we did have our server reset. So we're going to, just walk you guys through the situations that have been happening. But overall, it started with Rice Krispies winning for game number 1 and 2. And that's why once they saw the amount of plays that was being made by Sung, all the rest of the players busted out the caustic. But again, I really think that Sung is just a step ahead of the rest of these players when you look at just the way that he's able to advance with the barrels and kind of just play a little bit more confidently, and his teammates seem to reciprocate that. So it's not easy to go and do. You can't just switch to a character and be like one of these guys that have had tons of experience or ALGS wins on the caustic. But PKs, Mastiffs with the digi threats, we've seen Volts with the digi threats being very useful. And I've even seen players, I think it was Aves with the R301, rip someone through like 130 through the caustic gas. So that's just ridiculous plays coming through across the board. And again, it's been very refreshing, to say the least, that we don't have north circles, south circles. Everything's kind of bouncing back and forth, spread all throughout all the entire map.
Yeah, this is game number 3, I believe. Rice Krispies just put themselves in a really tight spot, trying to play out of, you were talking about the low ground inside Epicenter is just so difficult. Team Intel did a great job in game number 3 of controlling that high ground. Here, I believe this is game number 6 for Rice Krispie Treats, the last one. This is where we were talking about just kind of leapfrogging forward, barrel by barrel, picking them up and making sure you're using your utility. It was very unfortunate that they weren't able to pick up this team who already had the port set down. You see the idea behind what RKT was trying to do, get that barrel in earlier on, just kind of missed the mark a little bit. So that could have been crucial kill points for them. But ultimately, it came down to this team fight here. Not AMG. I believe this is Secret Formula on the other side. The bubbles come down. They were just getting pressured by the zone. The thermites going down. Everything was working against them.
The double thermite right there was absolutely detrimental to all of Rice Krispies' game right there. And they weren't able to get a good portal either throughout all of that. But looks like we're going to reset the lobby, y'all. We'll come right back for game number 7 of Series E. We'll be right back.
If I could make any Rice Krispies treat, it would definitely be just the original with a bunch of Skittles all over it because I love Skittles and I love Rice Krispies treats. So I don't see how that could be bad.
Up top, but do have to reset here. 88 with that massive shot, but Dave Bird playing expertly around this.
Hi, I'm GS Bird. I play for Team Rice Krispie Treats, and you're watching Series E. Dude, I got a sweet tooth.
If I could make my own Rice Krispie treat, I would make a strawberry cheesecake Rice Krispie treat. The reason why I would make that flavor is because that's my favorite to-go cheesecake, and I love cheesecake. I'm Sung. I play for Rice Krispie Treats. You're watching Series E.
Welcome back, everyone, to Series E. Sorry about the wait. We had a server reset, and it took some time to get everyone back in, but we should have everyone now ready to go for game number 7. It was super important. We finally had a change up, of course, in the leaderboard. So let's go ahead and take a look at that. Secret Formula now in the lead by 6 points up against our 2 tied teams. For second place, Team Pringles and Team Rice Krispie Treats. With a lot of teams just nipping at their heels right now, right behind them with 2 games left to go. There's still room for these teams to catch up, like Intel, Razer, AMG. Honestly, it's been great to see AMG with 2 second place finishes have put themselves in contention to still try and hit the top 2, if not go for the win. And so these last 2 games are super important. We have to remember that it's first and second places that will be winning the prizing tonight. We have $500 on the line. First place taking home $300 and second place taking home $200, Tom.
Yeah, and it's going to be very fun to see if it's going to be one of these teams with 60 points that comes through with a big game, or if it's going to be one of these teams right behind them that put up a big game and make this even closer, because we haven't seen about a 7 to 8 team race in quite some time. Usually it's around 4 or 5 teams because there's so many games that end up getting played and some of the teams really start to filter out. But we've had a very, very competitive day so far. I believe that was the 2nd win overall for Secret Formula, though. And I think if we had to pick a most surprising team, they have to be the pick easily.
Yeah, they have been on the up and up as of late, but this is definitely one of the best performances that we have seen out of them so far. And we're seeing a lot of our partner teams right now struggling a little bit. As you can see on the leaderboard, the right-hand side, a good number of them. Team Pringles, though, there with the fill-in of Kubsky coming in, have been performing quite well so far. As you can see, great drop for them. Unfortunately, oh no, it looks like Team Intel might have crashed and burned out. I don't know exactly what happened there for them.
How do you just bleed out without? Did he even get knocked?
There was a burn.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
So it could have been a DC. Unfortunate for Team Intel. They were kind of in the running right there, but either way, we'll stick on board with Pringles and see what they're doing. And just give a little shout out to Kubsky, because I think that Kubsky's still one of the more underrated players we were talking about and have talked about. His team Flashpoint and what they've been able to do in the ALGS with the highest average placing out of any team, which is 5th place. Absolutely ridiculous when you look at the competition that is actually in the ALGS. Now, going to be able to find some pretty decent loot throughout all that. Bambino has been playing a pretty impressive Caustic overall. They land over at Dome, have been pretty free. Remember, Nestle Pure Life, I think, got Team Rockstar out of the game previously that we just saw when they picked off Matt Pickett over towards the side, and they land right next to each other. So it's pretty interesting to see which way they elect to rotate through all of that. If we could see if anyone has a zone scan for us, that'd be pretty big on where this zone is just now for zone number 1, but also where zone number 2 is going to be, because it's definitely not towards the Dome side.
Yeah, I mean, they're on the very far edge, right? So it's difficult for us to tell exactly where it's going up. It's a thermal ending. And there are a lot of possible ones here for this one. Do you go for the deep pocket all the way on the southwest? Do you go for the beacon building to the direct south? Do you try to play center of zone? Well, teams that aren't going to be playing center of zone, it's Rez versus Buff Pathfinder, as Rez is able to get that first knock onto Mike Lab. This 50-50 going all night long. Rewind going down, but this is the cleanest fight we've seen so far on the 50-50. Buff Pathfinder only getting cracked on their armors. They're taking that team fight win. They'll be ready to move. Applejacks versus SIZ, though, once again here at Fragment West. We have to remember last time the third party came quick and heavy by, I believe, Team Rice Krispies now, as Lion pulls out that EVA 8, gets knocked by Naughty, who's got that Volt, but Klain does hold it down. Trading 1 for 1 now, but he gets hunted down, and there it is, SIZ taking the win one more time. Any team in the area, though, ready for the third party. I believe SIZ should have learned their lesson, and they recover real quick.
Yeah, and it's the same exact thing. Resulta comes through as the last guy alive, completely full health, 0 chance of losing that fight, and it's always up to Lion as the last guy alive too. So you have to go and break down these team fights and watch the VODs and figure out, why is this happening? How come the same exact situation where we die in the same exact stairwell in a very, very similar situation over and over again? And there goes the third party. It's already here. We know that there's multiple teams in the vicinity. Great spray there, but a stick comes through from the side. Resulta actually gets his Q off, which is absolutely huge for his team because the rest of the players are going to push in after that. It is Impulsive Dream and his squad. I believe that is going to be Z Davis's team. That is Crafting, sitting in 9th place, going to get eliminated by SIZ.
Man, that was beautiful. Resulta holds it down with that R9, gets the spray, almost got the one clip. Gets out with that Q from that Arcstar. That was crucial. 2 Brains, 1 controller also during all of this came in and were able to push out the team at Train Yard. Got that team fight win. As you can see, Tech and Black sitting on purples along with Aves as well. And we're already down to 14 squads here. What an early game.
Very nicely done by 2 Brains, 1 controller. Also, it's just fun to see another different team composition here. You're going to have the scans coming in for Bloodhound. You're going to have the smoke coming through for Aves. And then Tech's going to be able to free himself up and play a little bit more aggressive. Tech's always been a Wraith main throughout a majority of his career. When I was competing with him, that's the character that he wanted to play. I actually switched on over to a couple of different things. Caustic is what I was more comfortable playing. It was me, Tech, and Tempest. That was the squad. And now Abe's going to try to do his best Shiv impersonation. And shout out to Shiv. He's always been holding it down. Great performance throughout the ALGS, making it into the finals. Team Cheese It over here has had a pretty solid day. Not their best performance overall, but I've been happy with the way they've been team fighting, just not able to get into the actual end zones here as they now make the rotation over towards the Harvester side. And we know this zone's going over towards the Thermal side. So if you're not making your way yet, you need to start doing it now. The Thermal side is absolutely brutal. And when we're talking about which buildings to actually hold down, Jamerson, I would pick definitely the furthest south buildings that you can. That cluster of buildings that's down where the Dorito is, where the long building is. You also have the option to play the platform with Caustic right now. If any Caustic teams are able to get into that actual spot, that would be huge.
Team Pop-Tarts fighting up against Team Aqualix right now as well. And don't know exactly where Aqualix drop anymore. We saw them earlier on over down by third. But here's a fight. Team Cheese It up against someone. I don't know who this could be. Fortunately, it's been a little bit hard to track. So many teams have gone down right now. Defensive bombardment was used throughout this as well, as Mass was scanned, but he goes for the peak anyways. It's Team Rockstar now coming in here as defensive bombardment is used. Here are the nades. Rakanishu looking for an angle himself as it's Matt Pickett to push up. He does have the scans to work with. 1 more second, we'll be able to use that. They spot out 2. There's 1 right on his left. The bubble has been used as he goes in now. Hits for the 42. The Gibraltar on the other side is pushing in though, but you have the flank coming out from Rakanishu. He gets cracked, has to back away. He's probably popping that Q right now. And here's Crummy changing up the angle, cover that side for his teams. One coming on over through that corner. The Pathfinder is out of there. Crummy got the knock on to Hambino. But you can see that Team Rockstar are already considering just getting out of here as a third party might be coming in. And so they've used the port. They've backed up into the Dorito building for now. They'll bide their time. Matt Pickett goes for the peak, but it's against a Gibraltar shield as he does get cracked. They are just going to back away from this one.
Pickett needs to make sure that he has cover to get out of this situation, though. And that's what you want to see from Team Rockstar is aggressive play, but you need to be getting out of there when you start to feel the sense of a third party. And that's what they finally did. First time actually today that we've seen them uncommit from a fight that they were going in on. And now they're trying to find the players that they originally knocked. So not able to get that quite yet. And there it is, actually. The player is still down behind the truck. So that kill point isn't completely lost quite yet. Rakanishu going to get aggressive on the Wraith to try to figure out how many players are actually over there. Gets just nicked a little bit with that Arcstar. That's going to show that he has purple armor. If anything, I'd get aggressive off that, and that's exactly what he's thinking. Bubble comes down from the other side. Pickett takes a decent amount of damage, and they're not able to get that player. So Team Rockstar, good plays, but not getting rewarded for any points.
Yeah, it's still, though, that controlled aggression that you wanted to see, Tom, coming out from Rockstar. They're not overcommitting to a fight, not overextending where they could get punished here. Crummy stuck behind a rock for now. He'll have a bubble up in about another 10 seconds. Rakanishu drops down to make sure that he is covered throughout all of this. And they're considering maybe they do go for the chase here. Again, though, they have options to work with. They can rotate to their south. They can rotate to the north or just straight up through the gut here. For now, it looks like they're going to wrap back around north.
at this point. Still, the ring is pretty far off from them. They have a long run, but they've got 2 minutes to do it now as they have regrouped here. And we'll see exactly what they're facing off against as they just, move over the crest of this hill. As you can see, Harvester, they have been scanned. There's a team on to the right of Crummy. Let's get tagged just a bit, but now he's stuck here as the smokes do come out. And so, yeah, it's a Bangler. And we know exactly who that is.
I believe that's still 2 brains, 1 controller, right? But when you see it in the kill feed, you know that our team's secret formula that's sitting in first place is in the area too. So this is a very important fight right now as Freck's going to get a knock on a Sleepy Panda. So we have 2 to 3 fights happening right now on the map, which isn't surprising as teams starting to make their rotation. But there has to be a lot of real estate to go and try to make your way over towards the thermal side. And you see Tech goes, hits the heal. Blight's going to get a knock onto the denial over towards the side. Aves does get that speed boost from the Bangalore to get into the bubble so he can heal just a little bit faster. Now we have 4 different fights taking place right now as Bird finds a knock onto Clarify too. So all hell breaking loose right now for Team M&K. And now you see the Bloodhound just on the tracks trying to figure out exactly where these players went. And the Rice Krispies
Here's Team Rice Krispie Treats. Yeah, holding the north-hand side. They are contested, so they can't absolutely play the choke here, but with the ring pulling down the way it does, you know, they are still happy to be in this position for now. Sung has got that Nox gas grenade if he wants to use it, but back on board with Team Rockstar. Black gets a knock onto Matt Pickett, but Crummy answers back, taking out Aves. So 2 brains, 1 controller on the other side. It's a 2v2, but Crummy still needs to heal up. Popping that bat for now, but he gets peaked. Hits for the 86, but he doesn't have Rakanishu there to help him out, and it's actually Resulta now coming in for that third party. So it's unfortunate. Rakanishu will go ahead and port this one in to try to go for something. It looks like he will be able to recover Crummy at the very least now. He backs on up with that port, but he's already getting focused down. That Nox shield can't have much more HP behind it, and Rakanishu is going to call it. He needs to get out of here.
And he uses resources too. Unfortunately, no Q. And 2 brains, 1 controller going to go and take that loot off of Crummy's body. Nice job by them. Playing discipline, sitting on that high ground. Now we're looking at what's going on with Rice Krispies. They found themselves in a skirmish over towards one of these buildings. This is an important spot to lock down.
They've taken a lot of damage, though. All their armor's cracked. They have to pop those bats for now as the thermite connects. He stays alive. Rice Krispie Treats. They've got 2 in the building. They're trying to infiltrate. They're getting shot from the north as well. Sunny has to be careful now. So the Nox gas grenade looks like it was used here as they are making their way into this building, clearing it all out level by level. I mean, there's only the 2 stories, but you still have to be careful. Full push on out as Stunny was cracked. It's a full 3-man pushing onto him, but that's a great shot coming out with that Mastiff. Stunny still taking a lot of damage, but the rest of his squad is here. It's going to be Sung to get that first knock onto Zara. Tricky Mercy only falls as well, and Team Razor left with only 1 left. Should be getting cleaned up very shortly here as Team Rice Krispies are able to take this team fight win. They slow things down to go for the reset. Throughout all of this, SIZ find themselves in a fight as well, up against 2 brains, 1 controller. It's AMG's Einol's that gets that last bullet onto Mercy only to finish him off, and oh boy, Einol's gets punished for it. Sung gets that knock. Can they continue this push onto AMG though?
What a job by Rice Krispie Treats. Stunning was caught out, separated from his team. Bird throws a bubble. They realize that all of Team Razor went into the bubble. Sunny stays on the outside, and his teammates send it in the biggest way possible. Huge, massive shots, tons of damage, and a great job by Rice Krispies winning a fight that they absolutely needed to. Amazing, amazing teamwork there. Also, good discipline not to challenge the rest of AMG over towards the bottom. You do have to make your way over towards the zip line. One of those players most likely going to be baiting that zip line throughout all of that. The zone didn't pull over towards the houses, though, which means it is going to continue to go over towards the south side of the thermal area. Now, AMG, for some reason, pushing, I guess. Maybe it was an aggressive portal play. No, it was. Rice Krispies goes down towards the buildings in a very, very unorthodox, aggressive push, and they get rewarded big time through it. They're going to be able to push further into the zone.
Yeah, and being able to just cross the lava in itself is massive for them, but taking this team fight win, picking up the extra
kills is Bird. That's not your caustic gas. Does have to heal that one back up. NPL, they're considering eyeing rotating through the south there, but now they redirect their attention to the train tracks just north of them right now as Team Rockstar have, it looks like Crummy continuing this fight up against 2 Brains, 1 Controller, gets the knock and finishes off Tech, so getting some revenge onto them here.
I feel like Crummy was the last guy alive on this team. We have to see what Crummy's doing. Almost a 1 versus 3 situation as Bambino's going to get some nice shots right there onto Strictly from Team Cheez-It. Now we'll see what happens with the gold armors being hit. Going to be able to recharge that one back up. I believe that was a defensive bombardment being used, and Bubble having to come out here. Is that Gibraltar going to be able to bubble res? I feel like they should be getting fairly aggressive on that, but Crummy was able to get 2 kills.
Oh boy, here it is, Dracos. He forces out the bubble here. Do they go for the res? As our Rice Krispies finds another player on out, finishes that one off. And NPL's Dracos will get the knock on to Hambino. A Rockstar ultimately get finished off. Rakinishu dying to the ring of all things. Here's the third party though onto NPL as they do get flanked. Nades out. Draco still needs to heal up, but he goes for that peek instead. Slides in with that massive. Hits for the 39. Still has the arm shield to work with, but there's another Gibraltar on the other side. He doesn't have his bubble for another 2 seconds, but he might be able to throw it down. His team SIZ trying to push up, but they've been scanned from behind. Here's the aggressive bubble now, but SIZ do get the heals off. Zach has gone down. Resulta gets one. It's a 1-for-1 exchange, but Resulta falls, and now it's all up to Naughty in 1v2 here. Does he have the damage as he's taking ring damage? Pushes on forward. Naughty gets to spray through that thermite, but we'll see if he has the if he can get that res. He pulls out an armor swap for himself, so if he needs to, he'll have that extra armor, but it looks like it's just going to be a quick armor swap for Zach Mazer to pick that one up as they do get scanned for now. Looks like Zach will go ahead and pop that armor swap, and they do recover, but they've lost Resulta throughout all of this now.
Nice flank there by Naughty coming around the corner. No one is expecting him to go through the zone around the rock to get the free shots through. Also the presence of mind to drop an immediate armor swap for himself, but ends up going over to Zach's hands instead. And look at that, they were able to get a mobile respawn beacon throughout all of this, but that Bloodhound scan hits hard from 3 times the range that it used to be, and they're going to be able to spot that out. So many boxes over here. I feel like this has to be the spot that they're going to go and make the play. So while that happens, Naughty's going to go and put down that res beacon, while Zach with the Gibraltar armor shield and bubble is going to go and try to hold players off.
Yeah, this is important. This is what you need to do. Show presence and make sure that teams don't think you're absolutely vulnerable. Play like you're a 3-man, and maybe they don't push onto you. But now they have given up the game as the push is coming out. The nades being thrown down as well. But Naughty and Zach doing a great job of holding down the line as the nades are coming in just a little bit short, not connecting on to Naughty here. They have bought enough time as Resulta is plugged back in. He's got his gold armor and he is all looted up. So SIZ are back to full power here, but with 25 seconds left to go, how do they rotate into this? Resulta pinging out the gold backpack for Zach. This could be absolutely positively massive for them. It looks like he'll pick it up for himself for now, as he is just absolutely golden now. They are moving in, but again, it's about making it across this lava. Can they do this safely?
It's all going to be up to Zach and his bubble. Are they going to go for a crazy balloon play? That would be absolutely insane. They have plenty of time to do it if they want to. And we'll see if this works. It's going to have to be Zach first. Zach has to land first. Resulta could go first if he wanted to. But Naughty, there's no way you want to be on the Bloodhound and being that first place to land. Zach does take a decent amount of damage. Naughty's going to go and bust the beast of the hunt. Fortunate for Zach, he takes so much damage. Is being focused down this entire time. He can't take a single tick of the storm. They ping the building that they want, and they're going to go and send it. Expect immediate bubble.
Oh, Zach is down to 1 HP now, still alive somehow. He does land, gets the bubble down. He has not fallen quite yet and somehow survives and will be able to reset. What an amazing, crazy play coming out from them, because they somehow survived this. It's Team Pringles playing the Dorito building there. They were the team that could possibly have punished them. Unfortunately, not able to for now. So SIZ with a great recovery. It's full 5-man squad, or full 5 squads remaining here as the ring pulls away from the buildings. But it looks like SIZ, they can play this a little bit late, walk in with this zone for now, and bubble just a little bit later than the other teams.
Just what a great rotation from SIZ. Zach somehow living with a sliver, so important. Having that red Evo ends up paying huge dividends too. And now they take one of the best spots, if not the best spot in the game, to go and try to gatekeep Team Pringles directly in front of them over towards the side. You still have another team that's located in the building. Naughty takes a lot of damage. They have to go and hit those cells, and that's Rice Krispie Treats realizing they've landed some pretty decent opening damage, and they're going to go and take advantage of that one. If they can get the Caustic over towards that backhand side, that's going to be big. There goes the gas. Bird's not able to get his bubble down. Looks like he got taken down very quickly. That's going to be some help coming over towards the side for Team Pringles, and that is not going to be what you wanted for Team Rice Krispie Treats. SIZ and Pringles collapsing on the double team.
Pringle's doing a great job of just lurking that entire time and just waiting to pull the trigger now. But SIZ and Pringles, they're both on the same side of the zone. They've got another team there that have ported on in as well. As the nade comes out, will clear that door for themselves. Casellas does have extra barrels out, has 3 in his back pocket along with that Nox gas grenade. Hundreds getting closer to having his drone up for this. He might just get it in time to be able to put out the EMP for himself here, as that bubble has been used by that one squad ahead of them. So they can throw down that, oh my goodness, throw that down. But look, they've got a little bit of a pocket. Casellas did take some storm damage, but they're safe inside the building for now. They can wait this out. They can wait for the trades. Pop-Tarts' Blight gets the knock onto Barely Asian. So Team Sinister are still in this now, as the defensive bombardment does go down, but Pop-Tarts are able to just back up behind some cover and heal up for now.
Yeah, and they're looking pretty solid with the full 3-man squad. It's really going to come down to SIZ. It is SIZ, Pop-Tarts, then that full 3-man Pringles squad inside. But heads up play by Team Pringles, realizing just a little bit of that building was inside. And now it looks like an aggressive portal coming in for Lucas. He's trying to get the high ground for his team. Q is popped to give him that extra speed boost, and he's going all the way, Jamerson.
Yeah, this is the first place finishing podium for themselves here. Looks like the very, very top is still in the ring, quite possibly. A little bit difficult to tell, but here it is, the horizon to try and climb up. But they have to be careful. Even though you've got the red Evo shield on, you're also that Gibraltar, you take a lot of damage. So they have deflected that attack for now, but they still have to recover. As Blight now pops that bat, will heal on up. Team Pop-Tarts with this high ground angle, trying to play sentry turret up against them here. You have to be careful. They do drop down for that armor swap. Armor Lucas does get cracked himself, but he will maintain this high ground position, will stick it around. See if this is going to be useful for them. Ooh, this is going to be huge. They're going to go ahead and throw in that thermite, but the port play is coming out, I believe, but there it is, connecting on to the purples, onto the blues, right outside with the Nox gas grenade to try and give them some cover. But from behind, where did Gibraltar come from? Zach is up there, gets Farmer Lucas down. It's all up to Fat Fruit Ninja, as we do have, looks like Team Pringles going down, and SIZ bide their time. They climb up and they take the win.
Sneaky Zach Mazer on the Gibraltar. You'd think he's playing Pathfinder the way that he was able to make his way up there so quickly. But SIZ just pulls it out. What an amazing rotation. Coming up the balloon, going over towards the back of that building, flying over Team Pringles, double teaming Team Rice Krispie Treats over to the side and getting a big dub.
Yeah, so great win coming out from SIZ. That means we have one more game ahead of us, the final game of the evening here for Series E. And you're not going to want to miss it, so stick around. We'll be right back after this break.
My name is Sunny. I play for Rice Krispie Treats, and my favorite Rice Krispie Treat flavor is the original. The reason why they're my favorite is because, well, they're the crispiest, so...
Hey, shake it, kiddo. Love Dad. Oh.
I've got this. Kellogg's Rice Krispies Treats. A little love when it's needed.
Welcome back, guys, to Series E. We are here for Rice Krispies Week, and we are now down to our final game of the evening. So many competitors in the running to hit the top 2 here for our open registration night. We will have the leaderboards in just a moment here to see exactly what the landscape looks like heading into the final game of the evening. But we've been having some amazing performances by so many of our teams tonight, Tom.
Yeah, and I just have to, again, give a shout out to Zach Mazer on the Gibraltar, just coming through out of nowhere, 1 HP after flying through on the balloon and then sneaking up over towards the top-hand side with the flank. Great job by them, but it's really anyone's game. So let's take it to the leaderboard and just kind of figure out, we're going to look at the replays first, excuse me. We're going to look at it soon, I promise. But I want to see personally which teams are running right now.
Oh man, that flight there was absolutely intense. But yeah, here's Pop-Tarts. Just they've got the high ground, right? And here's Farmer Lucas. He checks his back. And he's like, "Oh hey, where is this Gibraltar? Or do we have a team behind us?" And we do have, of course, that free camp to take a look at it as well. We don't even see him. Is he on the other side? Oh, here he comes. Here he comes.
Yeah, there it is. The world's fastest. He's skipping things. His whole team's right behind him too. They're like, all right, yeah, I'm down with this cause. This is a great idea. Comes back through, and there he is. Crouching tiger, hidden Gibby over here out of nowhere. And now Fat Fruit Ninja's the last guy alive. He's like, guys, I thought we had the high ground right here. What's going on? And there's nothing you could do against a full SIZ team right there. Just you got to give them credit, just not only for that play coming up behind, but again, the rotation that they had, the way that they were able to just get into that situation in the first place was absolutely amazing.
So that is actually literally the definition of full sending it. You know, I fancy myself a rock climber, and if you full send it, you just go ahead on the first try, just get to the top of the rock, and that is exactly what he did. He just completely mantled up, full send it with his squad, takes him out. Man, that was beautiful. What surprised me is just how they lost track of SIZ. How did they just get there for free behind them like that? I don't understand.
Yeah, I think that they came through with a portal play maybe behind the rocks to get to that situation behind them. And that's the way that's so impressive is they knew that team was inside the house, but where was the other team? Where was SIZ? How did they even get to that situation? So again, I think it had to be some sort of portal play or flank around the side. So we do have information that Rice Krispies is sitting in first place right now at 78. Second place is Pringles with 74. You have to assume that our other team's secret formula has to be sitting over towards third. So we have 3 teams sitting in that 70 to 80 point range right now.
Yeah, so it's really anyone's game. Remember, every night we have $500 on the line, $300 going to first place and $200 going to second place. But if you yourself want to win something, we've been doing giveaways all night long. So we do have a care package from Rice Krispies to give away. So make sure you get your entry in. All you have to do is type in ! giveaway and you will be entered to win one of these care packages, which, you know, getting that multi-pack there of the different varieties, that would be great. Hell, even the 60, and it's the original size bars, not the you know, snack, quote unquote snack size bars for yourselves, as yeah, that would be perfect to just end the year out on a dub.
Also, can't forget about Rice Krispie Treats cereal. Just got to give a shout out to that. One of the OP cereals. Very, very, very underrated. But I'm still going to go with the M&M Minis. And they have to be the best in that box, Jamerson. You know why? Well, I guess that doesn't make sense. There's only 10 of them. Maybe it's the third best out of them. I don't know.
Or they understand that like you just can't have too much, right? Like you have to just enjoy them in little packages here and there. It looks like, unfortunately, for the final game, Team Intel will have to bow out. They're having connection issues, and you know they already had a sub in for the game. Unfortunately, Hill wasn't able to play tonight as well, so understandable. Intel, we'll see you guys probably, hopefully, tomorrow night for the final Series E of the year of 2020. Let's close that one out big, but we still have one game ahead of us here for our open registration night. 9 of our partner squads facing off against 11 signups, and of course they're all returning names as well, and they are all heavy hitters. That's why we're seeing SIZ getting the dub here. We see so many teams just performing well, and it's just the landscape of Apex Legends, competitive and professional Apex Legends,
where there's still a lot of talent to be signed, to have the support. And that's why I love that we're able to do this, provide, 9 spots for teams that want to hit that really high pro level, get the contracts signed, and win those out. And if we can help them out, if we can help the infrastructure, we're going to do it. And that's what we are doing here at Series E.
Yeah, and I see the chat kind of hating on my M&M preference. I just got to say, man, that you guys don't know what you're talking about. Believe me, I've been in this game a long time. I've eaten a lot of snacks throughout my days. M&M Rice Krispie treats are fire. I don't care what anyone's saying.
Here we go. Rice Krispie Weeks. It's Rice Krispie Treats here over on the east side of Skyhook. But hey, that's a different fight. Pop-Tarts taking on Apple Jacks early on. What is going on? We saw that fight. It was SIZ that they were taking the 50-50 for the first 7 games. Now they decided to change things up here finally in the last game of the day. That's surprising here as things are not working out for them. It's Pop-Tarts to pick up these wins in the team fight so far. 1 player remaining, I believe, and there it is, Kenny going down. And so Team Apple Jacks are out first here, as RKT will continue their loop path here in Skyhook.
They just have not been able to find a landing spot ever. I feel horrible for Apple Jacks. It started with, I can't remember who they were challenging to initially begin, but they've dealt with at least 3 to 4 different teams. They haven't won any of their 50-50s against either one of those teams. So still really struggling. And we've even seen when they do get out of their 50-50s, how well they do. They just can't find the spot to go. Maybe they should start going over towards the Skyhook side with how much area there is. Even if you get a building or 2, it's so much better than you can actually get practice at that point. I think that's probably the most frustrating thing for Team Apple Jacks is how are you going to go and make improvements or figure out what you're doing wrong if you can't actually get off of your spawn. So now we see what the loot pathing and loot is for Team Rice Krispies, and it's looking pretty solid. Here's that 50-50 that's been going on over towards the train side, and looks like Buff Pathfinder going to get the knock again to start this one off onto V Rewinds.
But Clinical, he's got that purple armor. He got some decent damage off with that R301. Turns around for that 112 flick. Gets the knock on to Impulsive Dream. It's now down to a 2v2. That Massive gets a second as Grognak will fall. And it's only left to 1 here in Buff Pathfinder as they will go ahead and gang up on him and take him out. Wow, what a team fight win as Team Res picked that one up. It's not Buff Pathfinder on the other side, though. That's surprisingly enough. Here comes 2 Brains, 1 Controller, though, coming in for the third party. They did this in game number 7. They are here on the high ground, but they don't know where the squad is. They don't know where the fight ended up finishing off. But here come the pings now. They're running... you gotta imagine just a full meme composition. You got Aves picking up his 3rd or maybe even 4th legend of the tournament so far on that Octane. They've got Tech on the Remnant here. As they are pushing now as they do have them in the tunnel, and it's Black with the Pathfinder. He can swing in if he wants to. He's got that Volt out with the blue mag as well. A's got the first knock onto Rewinds. They have the Death Totem, the Death Protection to work with. Tries to go for the wall bounce for some cheeky play. I don't even know what Tech's doing at this point, but he will continue to push up. He still has Death Protection, and he can go for that peak if he wants to. But honestly, just getting the Thirst would be good enough. He does get cleared and sent back to his totem. They haven't secured that kill point quite yet. They might get a little bit too thirsty for this.
You know what they need? A good Octane bounce pad here, right in the hallway. There's this nice little grapple coming through. Mike Lav gonna get knocked. Last player alive gonna get cleaned up as well. No Octane pad needed. This composition's unstoppable, Jamerson. How do you beat it?
I don't think you can. You just have to accept that you're gonna get ran through. I mean, they've got all the speedy boys. They've got Pathfinder. They can just zip on in, and the Octane they could jump right on. Ooh, Pop-Tarts versus SIZ right now. We'll see. Second go of this fight. Try and start this game on off. Farmer Lucas has already gone down, though. Zach Mazer looking to clean this one up. He does fall, but here's Naughty and Resulta looking to finish this one out. They will. Pop-Tarts going down once again. SIZ starting things off the way they ended the last game there.
Yeah, but Resulta, you could see, hits the res and has to back off. Why? Third party is definitely coming through, and it's going to be Team Cheez It getting that knock onto Resulta and the finish onto Zach Mazer, which means stay naughty. Last player alive on that Bloodhound if he can try to escape, but looks like they're just going to take all of this loot instead, get the finish onto Resulta, and get rewarded big time. Nice job by Cheez It.
Yeah, Cheez It with the purple armors now. They'll continue to loot. They can even use this time to use the replicators to continue to compound upon their loot so far, as Strictly does have 3x on that charge rifle, and so it should be helpful in trying to get the red Evo shield for himself. But here it is, the rotation path coming out for them, as we do see that the ring is pulling down to the south now. We don't know how hard it's going to pull, as it doesn't feel like too many teams have really been able to secure themselves the recon beacon. Oh boy, Yubin picking up 2 off of that squad. Barely Asian going down. Well, Rice Krispie Treats, excuse me, making the rotation down, actually going back towards Train, surprisingly enough. And so they're just trying to play this a little bit more cautiously, as they're in a good spot, especially on the leaderboard here, and so they want to get this dub.
A little bit more caustically, you can see they're the ones that started this whole fad to begin with, and I just think that it's pretty funny that it's going to continue to just leak on over to the NA side. Caustic is so strong, and he's going to just continue to prove why, especially with this Gibraltar composition. If you're able to actually have zone knowledge, if you are smart in terms of being able to predict after zone 2 or zone 3, maybe even after round 1, seeing where this one's going to go, and you could pinpoint exactly where you want to be, you're going to be in such a powerful position. You have the bubbles to play the edge, you get the Caustic in the middle, hit the smart portals. Now we do see this is going to be going hardcore launch site area. So if anyone is set up, probably it would be Team Pringles, because they land over that spot. So if we could scroll through, they're sitting in second place. That's going to be a big team to watch.
Yeah, so this is going to be some hard rotations for a lot of our North teams right now, but a lot of the lobby has been cut down. So maybe it will be a little bit easier here at this point. Cheez It now making the rotation over to Sorting Factory. They are going to try and take that zip, but there's a team in the circle building across the ways, and they instantly called that one off. They might be split up, though. Charge Rifle not connecting. Arcstar just a little bit short as well, but they survive, and they have options to rotate through if they want. It looks like they are just going to go ahead and avoid this, considering maybe sticking around for this, but it looks like they just want to go to connector area, as I think that's exactly what they should do, and that's what they will do. So they avoid that fight altogether, make their way on over to Harvester.
Yep, there's a couple of different options. The other one was to stay low in the river and then hug the wall going up towards Sorting, and then make your way in towards Sorting, kind of over where that toilet bowl area would be. Another one would be to go directly under bridge and take a faster route and try to make your way into these buildings over here, especially if Hambino wants to make a portal play. So I do like this heads up play coming in for Team Cheez It, just taking the situation and what's in front of them and now making their rotation. Like you said, tons of different options here for them. And this is a smart play. I think this was the best option for them to go through, especially since they didn't get shot and griefed over from that left-hand side where the team was gatekeeping over towards the donut area. So that team, realizing that they needed to make a move, while that's happening, a defensive bombardment comes through. Instead of going for the third party, they're going to go and try to bubble scan instead.
Yeah, the bubble scan, and the fight is just to the south of them, as it's NPL getting into this one right now, and there's a Caustic barrels down. So they're going to try and use that cover to try and get in. Ooh, does get hit by that Arcstar, but now here they go, going in from 2 separate doors. They've taken a lot of damage just trying to get in themselves. Drake goes from behind. Oh boy, gets taken out. Now E-Boy Ronnie tries to show up. Oh, the Mastiff. See why shotguns are so strong in this game. Bambino with about 30 HP goes to the wide swing, has to back away, but he gets finished off from long range. It looks like no, it was just Strictly with that Mastiff there. They won't get the thirst as well. And so Team Cheez It will be able to come in.
Yeah, look, no, not a triple take, just a long-range Mastiff from halfway across the map. He was fairly weak, though, so as long as he's been able to connect for about 6 or 10, he should have been fine. Buff Pathfinder getting a big fight over here towards the trailer. Brooks with 1 HP, going to back off. Another team does have a line of sight on them. Could be still the team down low. Hierarchy getting the knock onto Bursty. Brooks with 1 HP did live, did hit that battery. Looks like a res coming through. Not a bubble res, though. as Ray's realizing that he wants to heal before he goes and does that one. But that team doesn't get aggressive, doesn't hit the portal, and now the res is going to come through shortly here as soon as Ray's probably gets his bubble.
Yeah, he tried to stick that res twice, but thought better of it. Just goes for the full reset. And they will be able to heal up. Here's AMG, though, making a push on the north-hand side. But it's Dirty that takes out Einol's first. And now they're left in a 2v3. Decoys might even go down here. Does back away off that port, but they've lost Einol's throughout all of this. He will get finished off. It's going to be down with the thickness to get that one done. Now AMG are going to be playing from behind, and they are one of the teams in contention for top 2 as well. So they'll be playing from behind. This is going to be very difficult now.
It's a lot of get down with the thickness jokes I want to make, but I'm going to skip those because they were all bad. Now the Phoenix kit going to be hit by Dirty, and that's very unfortunate because this position is so strong right now, and we're talking about what happens when you get a caustic team over here. It's going to be impossible to infiltrate that building. Meanwhile, Razor on the outskirts making their way over towards the launch site area. They love heading over towards that sorting factory side. Hakulo with the big zip line across, hitting that Q, getting inside as well. That's going to really open up the rest of the map for his team to push. But Brooks came through with the Mastiff and got aggressive with the finish onto Zeratricky. Somehow, throughout all of that, Zeratricky got left alone.
Yeah, and Hakulo is getting shot up as well. Mercy only needs to heal now as he backs away, getting tagged. Does back away, but he needs him to open the door, and oh boy, the Arcstar connects. Take him out, and now here's Tech to push up. Aves, we said this is the unstoppable combination coming out of them. It looks like Stunny is going to try his best to put an end to them for now. Tech has gone down as Matt Pickett will be able to finish off, and Thirst Decoys there. So Rockstar coming up pretty big, but Rice Krispies are still alive in this as well. Unfortunately for Team Razor, they just got hit up. And now it's all up to Hakulo to try and survive for as long as possible.
And throughout all of this, we know that Team Pringles is most likely alive. Keep in mind, they're sitting in second place. So while Team Rice Krispies is barely above, they've only picked up a couple of kill points. And it's really going to come down to, can Rice Krispies survive, pick up kill points, get placement points, and can Pringles pick up points from the spot that they're in? Because with this zone, and how aggressive teams play towards the last game makes it that much more difficult. Now we're looking at where MNK was. They love this truck.
This is where we started the night, by the way, I believe. Game number 1, MNK were in this exact same position. They're better off for it at this point, though. They've got the purples and the gold armor, and it's the same idea. You play inside the truck, all the other teams can't push you, because if you get pushed, you know, another team from a different angle is going to third party and make life living hell for whomever is trying to push you. It's Rice Krispie Treats here on the north side, making sure that their back is cleared. The pings have come down. There's someone below them here on the train tracks, as we have Stunny swinging wide for Peak, but looks like with the rest of his team still playing over the platform, he's just going to back away, not risk things at this point. Rice Krispie Treats. Remember, this is Rice Krispies week. They want to finish this one off strong.
I think they can do it. They have the confidence from the first 2 games that they played. They just have to finish it off strong. Again, there's multiple teams with 70 points here, so it's a lot closer than we're typically used to here, but powerful, powerful combination coming in with 3x Hemlock with the gold barrel stabilizer with the high ground is just going to be so strong. Bird gets hit up with a couple of defensive bombardments, not even phased throughout all of that. Hasn't used his bubble yet. Now he's going to once he starts taking health meds. Will he hit the finish on the portal player? No. That could have reset his armor for free. Instead, going to have to use a battery. And that player does escape throughout all of that. Now the finish is going to come through. That is going to be Blake. So nice job there by Stunny securing that kill. Now Sung going to have to back off as he does take a decent amount of damage as well. But everything's A-okay here for Team Rice Krispies. You can see completely fine in this building. This is going to be their fallback point whenever they take damage.
Yeah, it's all hunky-dory for them. They're controlling the elevator shaft with 1 barrel up top. They still need to watch their back, though. They know that the squad can run up. As you can see, Sung trying to keep an eye out for his team. He'll be able to pick up extra meds, extra stuff there. Ooh, gets cracked by that charge rifle and forced to bat up. The ring pulling away from them, though, going all the way down. So they'll have to make that run.
We'll see if Stunny, he should be able to get the port in time for this. It's more about getting the other utility up, getting that defensive bombardment, getting the Nox gas grenade for themselves to have a fighting chance during this rotation. A lot of teams still stuck here on the north side of the map. We've got 10 squads remaining with 25 players. So a lot of squads still damaged. And take a look at that map. 1, 2, 3, 4 teams here. They're going to be funneled basically into the same area. There is a small pocket to work with as we saw on the northwest side, but still a lot of teams. Anything can happen up there.
Such an important scan too for Team Rockstar now. They're going to be able to pick the exact spot that they want coming from this high ground. And now we see that triple take in Matt Pickett's hands. We were wondering which players are going to be using that one. Pickett's always been a very, very strong triple take player. Unfortunately for him, Prowler going inside and being vaulted as a drop gun. And that was his go-to over the R9, over everything. And he was really on top of that before people thought it was OP. Now they're going to have to try to figure out exactly how they make their way through. Is it going to be a portal play coming in for Crummy? Maybe a portal into a bubble on top of one of these high ground areas.
They do have a ping onto that middle drill, and so that might be the play for them. A lot of that is in, but they could be a bit vulnerable. We'll see how safe that position is. And here it is, as Crummy now going to try and peek out to get his team on down to the low ground safely. Team Razor are still in this, as it looks like Hakulo was able to get the port back. Now is Hakulo pushing up, checking that high ground angle. Now he will drop down for that res, playing as a 2-man for Team Razor. Got a lot of work to do, but at least they're safe here underneath. They should be, at the very least. Unless the team pushes them bubble out early, as Zero Tricky wants to heal up, and that's why they have pushed through that port for now, as Mr. Hakulo now will regain that high ground and go for that peak once again. Thinks better of it, and will drop down with his teammate, dropping him that med kit, crucially for him. They have a lot of time to work with, but there's another squad coming up from behind them, and that's going to be Aves, I believe, getting finished off by Zera Tricky, who pulls off that med kit, and oh boy, what a knock coming out from Zera Tricky.
I never realized when Octane's stemming, he has like a small little green like line behind him as he's running. That was pretty funny. Great shots though, great tracking coming in for Team Razor as expected. Now they're going to find out where this zone's going to pull, and they're not going to be too happy on this low ground. They're going to have to weasel their way up towards the high ground now. You can see that whole area is blocked off. They can no longer stay down there. Instead, they're going to have to take this fight over towards that front left area. Maybe a little portal play coming in for Hakulo. Again, that portal bubble always so strong. It just buys you that extra 15 seconds for other teams to go and fight in front of you while you heal. Maybe a defensive bombardment as well. And now we see Rockstar did take the platform that they were hoping for, and it's such a powerful position.
Yeah, with the ring pulling away from them, they've got a lot of cover. The bins are open. That provides additional cover for themselves. As you can see, Matt Pickett with the scans out, trying to get all the information, needs to know where everyone is. Rice Krispies are trying to creep up. They have a team above them now. Here comes the nade to try and find an opening from Stunny, but it's just 2 caustic barrels that are up there. That will delay them even further, as they are just stuck on this side. And they unfortunately had to commit to this. They're considering maybe wrapping around to the right-hand side, as they do have another 25 seconds before the zone starts closing. Stunny, do you have a port maybe to try and wrap around to the right? This is such a difficult rotation. Here's Rockstar coming in. You got a team underneath them. The bubble has been used by the enemy squad right underneath them as well. See if Crummy can find an angle here, as he's just holding it for now with that R309. Here comes Rice Krispie Treats. They need a full commit onto this now as the zone starts closing in. Here comes the Nox gas grenade, as they are trying to avoid nades themselves. They've lost 1, they've lost 2. It's all up to Stunny here. He's got that Volt out, the Mastiff, to try and get a knock, but no, he will fall. His team, Cheez It holding it down once again in this building, taking them out. AMG tries to come in for the third party. It looks like they get punished for it now. Strictly going for that repeat with that Mastiff. Won't get the knock onto Dirty. And so Big Boys going down. Team Cheez It, though, a little bit late on the rotation, taking some ring damage. Rockstar here on the high ground that have all the vantage points to work with. One other team on the other side to contest them on the high ground, though, but they are happy to be in this position. They've got cover, they've got ammo, and they have kill points coming their way very shortly.
I believe 2 members, maybe all 3 members of Team Pringles dropped. Definitely Casellas, definitely Kubsky. It was to Team Rockstar on this high ground. will they be able to close this one out? They still have complete control of the map right now. As Hundreds, he's made his way to the bottom. Last player alive. Can he milk any more points? Does have 1 kill at least for his squad. No EMP because of the fact that that's recharging right now. Needs to get his drone back before he could set that one off. Maybe try to cause a distraction and then try to heal up as that happens. But Team Rockstar putting themselves in a phenomenal position to win this game.
Yeah, it's nice cover that Rakanishu is working behind. Of course, has that arm shield as well on that. Gibraltar will go ahead and try to find a separate angle here. The scan gives information about the positions, one on the left, one on the right, and one up top. Changing up the angle once again. The one with the scout with the 2x on it has the range to play off of is Crummy. Just playing in the front there. You do have to keep tabs on the team below them, as they got to be careful. Can't fully commit onto this for now, or they will get jumped upon. Again, another scan out. They've got the ring working in their favor. They've got the cover as well. Rakanishu does ultimately get that kill onto Casellas as he does bleed out. Defensive bombardment comes down, but you see the cover that is provided by everything above them. And there it is. The Pathfinder zipline has been set up, but they are ringing in the shots right now, forcing out that bubble early on. They'll have one to work with as well in just a moment. There it is. They throw it down. They're just gonna bubble fight for this. They push on in, as it looks like Hundreds got finished off, and throughout all that, and oh no, Team Cheese It taking this bubble fight will probably be able to survive. Tries to play around the Nox shield, goes for the hipfire and actually wins that one out, but he's got 1 HP left. Here comes the swing in. Crummy got the armor swap, but they are right on top of it. And Secret Formula come in for the third party to take the win.
And I believe that was the last player alive that was a rat throughout all that on the Pathfinder, flying up. What a job by Crummy to win that fight. But unfortunately, it just wasn't enough. He almost took damage to the storm and died right there. With 1 HP, there was really nothing that he could have done except maybe just look down for wherever that Pathfinder was. Secret Formula winning their 3rd game out of 8.
Yeah, that's absolutely insane, and that has major implications for the leaderboard. And so we're going to update that now. We're going to take a short break, and when we get back, we'll have the results of tonight's tournament right after this. So don't go anywhere, guys.
You wonder why we're on the tip top in our game? It's because of Rice Krispies. $199. Rice Krispies!
Stack Pringles flavors. Make new ones.
How much do you think Pringles paid these people?
Hardly anything. Hey, you guys want to stack different Pringles flavors to create new flavor combos? Here, I'll go first. Pizza, barbecue, and jalapeno. The spicy barbecue pizza stack. Get him!
Grandpa, what's going on?
Pringles. We're trapped in a Pringles commercial. They must have taken us in our sleep.
How can we get out?
We can't, Summer. They warned me this would happen, and I didn't listen. Stack Pringles, make endless new flavors. Stacking Pringles to make new flavors. Make endless new flavors. Barbecue, wavy, and sour cream and onion equals a 3-layer dip stack.
Gaming mouse. It needs speed and stability. It needs to be precise and instinctive. It needs to be light but strong. It needs to be reliable and swift. It needs to last. It needs to be ready. It needs a name.
All right, welcome back, guys, to Series E here. It's Rice Krispies week, and we have our ultimate winners of the night. So let's go ahead and take a look at the leaderboard to see who came out on top at its secret formula with a 10-point lead over Team Rice Krispies. And, you know, they didn't have to get that ultimate win there to clutch this one up, but it's a nice way to cap things all off with a great swing in for that last win there. Rice Krispie Treats taking second place. Team Pringles were so close as well. But congratulations to Secret Formula and Team Rice Krispie Treats. They are our two winners tonight, Tom.
Yeah, you got to give a shout out to all these other teams too that came pretty close. Team Pringles did a great job, and it's nice to see them coming in playing in with Kubsky, because a player like that is exactly what they need in terms of being able to have the zone knowledge. You can't really ask for a better, I guess, mentor to come in and fill into that specific spot. M&K, a brand new team coming in with their first Series E performance, getting 4th place, so that's very impressive overall. But Secret Formula has to be the team that we're talking about, with 92 points coming through, really surprising us all and winning 3 out of our 8 games. Congratulations to them.
Yeah, 3 out of 8 wins. That's a major, major accomplishment. They'll be walking away with $300 tonight. And, you know, it was a great performance overall. They have plenty of highlight clips as well that they can pull from this too. So congratulations to them once again. Those are our 2 winners. Once again, it's Secret Formula and Team Rice Krispies taking the 1st and 2nd place, our 2 winners tonight. But we have 2 more winners tonight. Actually, we've been doing giveaways for Rice Krispies. And so our 2 winners for our giveaways is going to be Milk Van, I believe, and DZCO Infiltrator. It's awesome to see, of course, DZCO Infiltrator in the chat all the time, every week, every single week. And so I'm glad that he was able to win. And so make sure, of course, you guys connect with our admins so we can get your information and send that all out. You guys have won the care package courtesy of Esports Arena and Rice Krispie Treats. Thank you guys so much for tuning into the stream. That's going to do it for us, though. And that's not it for the week, though. We will be back tomorrow, once again, 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. We'll be starting up Pro Night, where we'll have 6 games with 11 of the best pro teams from both NA, EU, and CIS. And you do not want to miss out on that. So make sure your clocks are set, and we will see you guys tomorrow night. For myself, for Esports Arena, all of our partner teams, and basically everyone involved in this, thank you all so much for watching. We will see you tomorrow, and have a good night.